together where the truth once stood. A kingdom of confusion carved out of falsehood. But he walks through the ruins like a prophet reborn. A voice once in fire, a light darkness gone. The chaos watches with an all-seeing glare. Guardian of reason in a world unaware. When the overlord stalls at the edge of the frame, the faithful rise up, they already know his name. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. I come to wake the sleeping, the church will break the faith. No worlds, no illusions, no hollow incompetence. Here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Misled, picking truth from the wreckage, raising dawn from the dead. Every word is a weapon, shot men declare, exposing every shadow we pretend not to fear. And the overlord rises with the suffering command. A beast of judgment, the Lord will give his bid. On his growl rings through the silence of the night. The loyal understand, Trinity keeps the balance right. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. I became the chaos of found to strong against the darkness, rising defense. Is here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Now you're head to the beast that controls the doors. It's in yellow reason with the ball crushing blood. If his bull runs empty, the shadows will consume. The world cracks open, usher it down. So read the command, don't deploy a call. If you know what's good, feed Morty the overlord. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. In the chaos of every sense, strong against the darkness, rising defense. He's here to resurrect the second coming of common sense.
All right, welcome back to the party, everybody. That is Morty, the co-host, and I am your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Everybody hit that like and subscribe. You know that would do it for you. Let's party! Welcome, welcome, welcome. Who do we got? We got Liberty Plus TV. Shout out to King Nirvana. We got Manatron in the building. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Don't worry, gotta worry about copyright because that is my music. Shout out to Quamtech. We have a music video coming soon, and I will make sure that it is in full 4K. That's what they say for the video. You know what I mean? So I am excited for this one. You guys really seem to enjoy when on Saturday nights we do the horseradish debates. That's the one through Discord, and I like doing them too. I just haven't been that much into debating as much, but this last week they had quite an interesting debate that I am very interested to see where it goes because I have no idea where you guys stand on this one. And it was Schedule 1 drug users should be barred from owning firearms. So I kind of softened it up in the poll there just to get a temperature. But it is a 3v3, and they do a pretty good job of fixing it up and everything. So let's dive right into it. Shout out to the horseradish and all of the debaters. You can get the link to the debate that we're watching in the description here, and then that is where you'll get any of the debaters' channels and all that stuff. So let's dive right in. As always, guys, if you can hit the video, please do let me know.
Welcome back to the Demilitarized Zone. This is the one debate show where we foster good faith discussion and help you feel comfortable engaging in hot button topics. We are not here for the gotchas and dunks, so please check your weapons at the door. We are trying to help folks stop and listen to each other, even if it is just so we can see where we disagree. So sit back, cozy up, get your voting fingers ready, because here your vote does matter. Tonight's prompt: Schedule 1 drug users should be barred from owning firearms.
So obviously, you guys know I ain't in that camp. I think that 2A is 2A, right? And so far, most people on the poll are agreeing with me. Shout out to Jason. Welcome to the party. Very good to see ya.
We have 6 debaters tonight. In the top left corner,
so you can see that. Whoa, what happened here?
We have got
So you can see Horseradish, our host, is also in this position. The judges are on the middle, the affirmative are up top, and the disagree. What's the negative are on
Boy 64 on the affirmative. In the top center, we have Socrates TV, also on the affirmative. And in the top right, Vigilante TV. We've got all of the TVs. We're collecting them like Pokemon. In the bottom left-hand corner, we have Ancom Psycom defending the negative. We have Lethe Waterkai in the bottom center, and Circa in the bottom right.
You might remember this guy just did a debate with Andrew Wilson on the Speakeasy platform, and you never really want to get into a Christian nationalism. Or no, I'm mistaken. That was a Trump is a fascist debate, and interesting one.
Now, our judges to the far left, our leftist judge is Tyler, aka the average debate enjoyer, and in the center is Doomer Patriot. Now, we do have captains in this. The way this is going to work is I'm going to look to the captain to tell me what order people are going to go in. We're going to go back and forth from team to team with openings and cross examinations, and we are going to be starting, obviously, with the affirmative team. Vigilante TV is our affirmative team's captain. Vigi, who's going to go first?
So again, on the top, we've got the team captain and the 2 teams. Oh, he's the captain. Okay. Oh, come on, struggle strain.
We'll go with Socrates first.
Socrates, nothing like putting my dude on the spot for his first time here. So there's going to be up to 3 minutes opening, sir. I will start the clock when you start to talk.
And then remember the last time I did this platform, I mixed it up and I had a 10-minute opening, and it was an awesome 10-minute opening. And then I came in and it was like 3-minute openings. I was like, God damn it. So this is the opening for the affirmative. Indeed, Schedule 1 drug users should be barred from owning firearms.
I mean, it's a pretty simple
this guy here
argument to make. I don't think I'll need the 3 minutes. First of all, thank you, everybody, for being here for this important topic. This is a concept that stood for a while, is that people who are likely to break the law, people who are engaging in unlawful activity, we should be a little bit cautious about who can get a gun.
Oh, come on with the struggle streaming while we're waiting on that. Shout out to our boy Angry. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you, sir. And again, that is the prompt that we are debating. Schedule 1 drugs should be, Schedule 1 drug users should be barred from owning firearms. And you said SSRI and benzo could be worse than street drugs. That's a really good point that I'm surprised did not even cross my mind. That did not even cross my mind, and I don't know how. Because as you guys know, I tried to skip through whatever we're watching to make sure we got something good, but I want to react as fresh as I can. But smart play. Oh, come on.
We should be a little bit cautious about who can get a gun. But
are we really going to do this all night? We'll give it a minute.
When it comes to drugs specifically, it's not just the 20% of people who are committing gun-related murders who actually have cocaine in their system. Very small percent, maybe 4% who have opioids in their system. But something like 40% of gun homicides are related to drug trafficking. And you might say, okay, but those are dealers, those aren't users.
Mm-hmm.
User dealers are much more common than I think a lot of people realize. These aren't two totally distinct populations. A poll looking at like meth users specifically, something like 30% were user dealers. So,
and guys, I know they're going to be talking at different levels, so just let me know if you need me to turn the thing up or down.
They had dealt meth within a couple months while being users, and this is actually pretty common for low-level dealers. Is that they're dealing in order to fund their supply, and
is it really going to be one of those nights? Is it really going to be one of those nights? Angry amputee said, I've been on Schedule 1 drugs for 25 years. Never overdosed. Never took more than prescribed either. Yeah, I am also on a Schedule 1 drug now for 25 years. It's been probably 10-ish, maybe not quite 10. And I used to abuse that exact medicine before I got the prescription. But ever since the prescription, I've just used it as intended. Crazy that you can actually do that. Liberty Plus TV said, it seems like the real question is, should firearm ownership be prohibited for people who have done drugs before? It's not like being high on drugs is permanent. Good point. Good point. And so the action of using, meaning that they don't have to happen at the same time. Interesting.
Even if they don't start that way, then they end up dealing at some point. And so if you're taking drugs,
come on, man. Let's try a reload.
Your meth users specifically, something like 30% were user dealers. So they had dealt.
Is it just this video?
Meth within a couple months while being users. And this is actually pretty common for low-level dealers, is that they're dealing in order to fund their supply.
Been there.
And even if they don't start that way, then they end up dealing at some point. And so if you're taking drugs, you're impaired, you're dealing drugs, you're dealing in drug trafficking and gang wars potentially over turf, people getting jacked for drugs. At some point, firearms are going to be involved, and either those people or innocent people on the sidelines are going to be caught up in it. So if you're already in,
so he's already putting himself in a bad position, because this is he's targeting the minority. He's saying, okay, if you're a drug dealer, then you shouldn't be owning guns, and some of the people that use drugs end up becoming drug dealers. That's not exactly what we're really saying here. I mean, I don't even. It's not like he's lying, but that's just very weak ground to start on. Shout out to Kitty. Welcome to the party. Yeah, right. Get the 304s to do it, Andrew Tate style. Larry said, I feel like if you're buying illegal drugs, it's pretty easy to buy a gun illegally too. Bingo. Yep. I definitely would have a much easier time. Nah, I guess, it would be pretty, maybe 1 or 2 degrees more. The same person that you're getting the drugs from, like, yo, you know where to get a whatever? And maybe they got to hit up somebody that's got to hit up somebody. Other than that, yeah, I mean, small business owners not be allowed to defend their businesses. Well, not if they're on Schedule 1 drugs, according to our affirmatives. Drug dealers don't go to a store to buy a gun, right? So already weak ground, like not making bad points in a vacuum, but just not really a strong argument for the prompt that's in contention.
Engaging in hardcore drugs, you're likely to be dealing drugs. Then the idea that we should restrict this population from owning firearms seems pretty straightforward. Thank you.
I mean, straightforward, yeah, but that's like saying it's straightforward to say that if people are going to murder each other, then we should have a punishment for murder. Like, okay, yeah, that's pretty straightforward, but that doesn't really get into what that punishment should be, and 2, if you're talking about the murder in the first place, then you're not really, again, it's straightforward, but you're not really giving us much to go off.
Lethy, who's going to cross-examine him?
So this is our, again, on the bottom, we have Lethy, our captain, and he is sending it to...
I can do it.
All right, 3
Oh, he's taking it on himself. Shout out to Lethe. We also got TV Viewerski. Welcome to the party. See, it is already conceded. At some point, guns become involved. So I think that is no, because what he's arguing is that if we let Schedule 1 drug users use, then eventually no. Wait. Hold on. Give me a second. Is he saying guns become involved? And he's arguing that's why. I guess you're right. God damn. At some point, guns become involved. Because I'm thinking it the way that he said it. That eventually, if we allow these groups to do what they're going to do, then guns get involved. But what actually is true is that even if we don't let them, at some point, guns become involved. All right, guys. Thanks for hanging out. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, coming in hot. Welcome to the party. Good catch. Angry said, needing to breathe is straightforward. Come on, guy. Yeah, right. Straightforward is very weak in what we're talking about. We got equality and deference because vagina. Over on Rumble, welcome to the party. Said, liked, and shared. Oh my goodness. Thank you so very, very much for saying that, equality. You guys know it is free. It is easy. It helps out so very, very much. And it does not even matter if you think anybody's going to click on the link that you share. Just by you telling the platform you want more people to see it, they will show it to more people. Welcome. Said, drugs should not nullify the right to keep firearms. If you commit a crime, do your time and back to respectable behavior. Yeah, I could not agree more. We are all straightforward on stolen land. Let's go. Dilly fucking dilly. Stolen land every single time. All right, let's see what the defense has got for us. Oh, interesting. Lethe is in the chat as well. So Lethe Waterkai is his full name. I don't know any of the others, but just a thing there. He's in the chat. I would be definitely down for that. Oh, we got Lone Wolf and Cub. He's gonna jump in the chair. He's not gonna come up. Why are you? I just want you to sit with me, puppy. Shout out to Lone Wolf and Cub. Said guns are like drugs. They're addicting as hell. That's what I've heard. And it's not a reason, or that is a reason why I'm like a little hesitant to get into it, because I can't be affording an expensive habit like that. Water has a different brain than most. Oh yeah. Lethe. Yeah, he's a different brain than most. Interesting guy. So he's about to take the negative on Schedule 1 drug users should be barred from owning firearms. Shout out to Adrian. Welcome. Said it should be a case-by-case basis. I think that's a fair position, but I think once you need to make that into a general law, like what are we assessing on case by case? You know what I mean? Welcome. We also got Dick Johnson. Good to see you guys. Let's do it.
I can do it.
All right, 3 minutes is on the clock for you, sir.
Welcome. Oh, did we freeze again? Come on. Where's Struggle streaming?
Once again, I'll start when you do.
Okay, so I want to be sure here. Are you conflating drug trafficking and drug users on a whole?
Yup, he is.
I'm not conflating in the sense that I'm misattributing one to the other. I'm stating as a fact that the overlap in these populations is very high.
Yeah, I think that even when we're talking about cannabis, marijuana, whatever, that would be an interesting angle to take. That the notion of Schedule 1 drug users should not have firearms isn't really the point, because of the fact that we have weed as Schedule 1. And so I would probably try to take an angle of, look, we all understand that weed doesn't belong in Schedule 1. So let's talk about the actual the actual foundation of what it is intended to mean, what Schedule 1 is. So let's take that out of the conversation. If weed was not Schedule 1, would you then change your mind? Now, maybe not, but I think that's a much stronger footing. And then, you're already establishing, we all don't think that it should be in there. We're not talking about should weed smokers be allowed to have guns. We're talking about, people who are doing hard drugs. I think that would be a much stronger starting point. But yeah, no, didn't start there.
I'm stating as a fact that the overlap in these populations is very high.
And again, so now Lethe is cross-examining, I'm going to forget names, but Socrates, I think. So he's got time to question him.
Okay, so there's a noticeable overlap. So even in that noticeable overlap are a majority of people that are using the drug also trafficking.
It's a little bit hard to get exact estimates. It's probably not a majority, but when we say not a majority, it's something like, if it's something like 30 or 40%.
Oh my God, why?
Technically, that's less than 50%, but the percent of people who are not.
Bro, what are we doing? Struggle, fucking
not
streaming. Let's grab a couple of these comments. Give it a minute to load up and buffer, right? Andrew said, agree with points on both sides. But like I said, then what about Schedule 2 and so on? What about anyone in therapy? You see how it can go. I agreed. I think that is, the scheduling of the drugs themselves is an important aspect of where that line can be drawn, because you can very, very easily say only Schedule 1 or only Schedule 2, or let's say Schedule 3 is allowed, or whatever. Those are lines that are already drawn, even if they're, not set in stone. So I think that is a little bit stronger. Political Trucker said no one should be banned from guns. Dilly to that. Lomo said, I think weed should be legalized, regardless of all the other arguments. If you use your gun and you have drugs in your system, the prosecutor's going to have a field day with your case. Another solid point. Legal liberals should be banned from guns. Well, I don't know about the liberals, but definitely the illegals. Tom Slick, welcome, said marijuana should have never been illegal to start with. It's harmless. Harmless is a strong word, but I definitely agree with you. What is the story that Rogan always tells with William Randolph Hearst and the newspaper and all that stuff? I agree. So Claudia said, what precisely is a Schedule 1 drug? The kind when you're doing your own taxes? Pretty much. So let's get an actual... what the hell just happened to that? Oh, that was weird. Nope. Okay. So let's see. Schedule 1 drugs. Well, let's just see what they are. So, do we want to look at let's look at the actual scheduling. So Schedule 1, substances or chemical. Let's get that a little bit bigger. Drugs, substances, or chemical that are defined as drugs with no currently accepted medical use, which obviously is not the case with marijuana, and high potential for abuse. Heroin, LSD definitely has medical use. Marijuana and medical use. Ecstasy definitely has medical use. Methaqualone, I don't even know what that is, and peyote. So that's a pretty. I assumed that, now that I'm looking at it, I remember that cocaine is probably a Schedule 2 and stuff like that. But all these other things, Schedule 2, high potential abuse, leading to severe, like the Vicodin, cocaine, meth. Interesting. It's a good thing that we're looking at this. I forgot how the scheduling actually was. Schedule 3 is, like lean, ketamine, anabolic steroids. Schedule 4, we got the Xannies, Valium, Ativan, stuff like that. And you can die coming off the Xanax. You cannot die coming off most of these drugs. So the scheduling, the schedules themselves, like what the scheduling is, very weak in terms of how we determine are we actually following what they say. But it does make sense that we have that scheduling. I just think maybe we should fix the list. We got Craig in the building. Welcome to the party. You only ban drugs that make you happy. Yup. Alcohol should be Schedule 1. No, I think alcohol should be Schedule 3. Alcohol should be Schedule 3, where it's, you can get it and you can have it. Most people use it responsibly. So I don't think there's any reason for it to be that illegal. Because again, that means that you essentially can't get it without some crazy doctor stuff. So the list definitely needs to be fixed. And I'm glad that we looked that up, because now all of those drugs that you would expect that we don't want people having firearms when they're, methed out, they're on PCP, they're fucking, any of the, none of that is Schedule 1. None of that is Schedule 1. Weird.
Who are likely to be kind of using firearms for gang-related activity, nefarious purposes is very, very low. So it's a huge spike, even though it's not technically a majority.
So I just want to be sure that you think that 30 to 40%, which is probably well above what it actually is a good enough reason to bar people from their Second Amendment rights.
Well, again, the argument being how many of the people who are becoming drug dealers are those users? Or to put it another way, how many people who use drugs end up becoming dealers? And he's saying even if it's 30 to 40%, then what about the other 60% of people who don't?
What's the, I don't know, for cross-examination, am I allowed to rebut a little bit? What's the how do you demonstrate that's an unrealistic number?
Oh, we're ballparking. You made the claim. I just...
Come on. I don't know. Should we restart? Should we restart? Let's see if it's
think the claim act.
Let's just see if it's just this video. There's nothing happened with the music. We'll drop that. I don't want to click something that I already want to watch.
This is them talking about Islam. Oh boy, here we go.
I wasn't always Muslim. I was actually raised Catholic.
This is a highlight from Caleb Hammer's financial audit. His full video in the description.
Islam is probably the most feminist, most
Islam is the most feminist religion
there is. Very much protective of
yes, it is certainly Middle Eastern countries that are most well known for their feminism and freedom for women.
It is.
So it's
the
not.
Middle East.
If they're practicing Islam, yes.
So you're saying they're all practicing it incorrectly everywhere, including Mecca?
I mean, if they're oppressing people, of course, yeah.
But you're telling me women are more free in Islam than any other religion?
I mean, I feel like...
Okay, so I mean, this is working fine. So I'm going to try to find... Okay, so I'm going to try one more thing. Let's see if we don't touch the... if we don't touch the volume...
People from their Second Amendment
feeling
rights.
that might be it. Hold on. Here.
Well, what's the
710?
I don't know, for cross...
All right. Okay, let's try that.
How do you demonstrate that's an unrealistic number?
Oh, we're ballparking. You made the claim. I just don't think the claim actually meets anything that I can see on record. I'd be more than happy to accept any evidence that you have for what this number is, but I just don't think that's a realistic number.
No, I mean, this was from this study. You can look it up. It's on NIH, high on my own supply, correlates of drug dealing among heterosexually identified methamphetamine users.
Oh yeah, that's going to be unbiased, right? That's totally unbiased. Shout out to Carl's Frosted Tips. My goodness, a member for 8 balls. Testing. Are we back? I don't know what is going on tonight. The people who want drugs and guns not together, they are coming for us. All right. Hopefully that was the reset that we needed. Hopefully everything is going to be good from here on out. Positive vibes. Let's go.
Dealing among heterosexually identified methamphetamine users. So, I mean,
I'm going to back that up. What are we talking about? All right, we might need to pull an audible, man. We might need to pull an audible because this is the only video that's just not working.
No, I mean, this was from a study you can look at.
Maybe I'm
it up. It's on NIH. High on my own supply. Correlates of drug dealing among heterosexually identified methamphetamine users.
Hey, there's Carl with the $2 make you holla. Ain't giving up shit. We fucking keep it moving. Thank you. So very much. Remember, guys, every donation comes with a treat for Morty. 15 in total means that he gets an extra special treat, and I have to do push-ups for every $2, or if we hit a $75 total. Thank you. So very much. I was going to say that makes you the sponsor, but unfortunately for you, TV Viewerski comes in with the big $10 PayPal and steals the sponsor spot. Thank you. So very much, sir. We are going to make this work. We are going to make it work. I'm going to make it work for you guys. Thank you. So very much. All right. Positive vibes.
From this study, you can look it up. It's on NIH. High on my own supply. Correlates of drug dealing among heterosexually identified methamphetamine users. So, I mean, this is a study with robust kind of controls, doing statistical analysis, and a lot of other psychological factors. But no, I mean, this seems that I can send you the source if that's helpful.
Oh, that'd definitely be helpful, because I would sincerely doubt that out of all drug users, 30 to 40% of them are also trafficking. That's wild.
Well, this was looking at methamphetamine specifically. I don't know if that's true for all cases.
Well, we're talking.
Wait. Didn't we just determine? Did we just determine that meth isn't even Schedule 1? Is that not what we just looked at? Here. Yeah, meth is Schedule 2, bro. Meth is Schedule 2. What are we talking about? That's not even a Schedule 1 drug. Oh, my drug happy people. What a miss. He's going after meth, and that's not even in the scheduling. My goodness. Milk wagons. Always. Welcome to the party. Trump is supposed to be rescheduling marijuana federally. And that's going to happen eventually, just because of how far down the road we are with individual states doing it. But as of right now, it's Schedule 1, and meth is not. Let's see if anybody catches that. I would have been so, especially with such a short list. There's 6 things on that list? There's 6 things on this list. You can't remember 6 things? I mean, what are we talking about? So PCP is one of them. But I'm amazed. I am amazed.
Methamphetamine specifically, I don't know if that's true for all cases.
Well, we're talking like all Schedule 1 drugs here. Like, we're not just talking one specific drug. So with that being the case, when you go to gang wars and other situations like that, are these people not also involved in other black market dealings that would pretty much lead to some form of violence anyway?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if you're...
Yeah, exactly. So what does the drug thing have to do with it?
If you're taking these kind of hard street drugs, you're likely to be involved in all these kinds of dangerous activity, and having guns in that mix makes it much more deadly.
All right, and that's time. Just so you both know, and everybody else, most of y'all already know this, but if you have any sort of references or cited sources, you can drop those into the chat of the actual Discord room. And so that way everybody can see it. It's just that little, in the top right corner of the room, you'll see the little chat bubble. If you click that, you'll be able to type stuff in there and drop.
I was just thinking. I was like, don't say it out loud. Don't say it out loud, because that's what is going to jinx you. Oh, maybe if we close the other one.
Links and such. All right, Leafy, it is now 3 minutes on the clock for your opening, sir. Go ahead and start when you're ready.
Okay, so now we're going back to the opening of saying negative that Schedule 1 drug users should be barred from owning firearms.
Okay. So for the idea of removing Second Amendment rights from...
I'm going to try to find this on Twitch. Or do they even have VODs on Twitch? Is that a thing? Do they have VODs on Twitch?
any Schedule 1 drug user, not somebody that's been convicted, to just say like, hey, maybe we should have drug tests for people that are trying to get firearms, is, I want to say, an affront to the Second Amendment. There's no test or anything on that order that is constitutionally allowed for this particular thing. So if they wanted to do that, there would have to be something passing it legally. So then going down the line, for the most part, anybody that is convicted of anything going down the line in this order would already be barred from being able to own a firearm. And that would go well beyond just using said drug. These are other laws that are being enforced. So I would say the issue would be more, we need to pay more attention.
I'm going to be very upset if this isn't working.
To people that are domestic abusers, people that have actually committed violent crimes. Those people, I would say, would fall under what would be red flag laws, and this would be something that would subject them to not being able to own firearms. If you've not been convicted of any violent crime, I want to see what the correlative would be to say that these people should lose their ability to own firearms.
Right. So remember, the prompt isn't people who have been convicted of crimes, been convicted of drug crimes or anything like that. It's just users. Users should be barred. So, and then like, okay, how much use counts as use? What if I accidentally thought I was, doing cocaine, which is Schedule 2, but it was PCP? Am I not allowed guns now? Oh my goodness. Carl said, fuck you, TV. I am the sponsor now. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So very, very much. $10. And of course, Morty is loving it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So very, very much out sponsoring TV Viewerski. Carl said, I'm buying more pew-pews. This government wants to disarm us so bad. Yet they let goat lovers walk in and attack us. Sad. And hi, Morty. He said hi and thank you so very, very much. We got Guantek in the building. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party. Very good to see you. Said, liked, and shared again, guys. That stuff is free and easy. It helps out so much. Does not even matter if you think anybody's going to click on the link. Just plaster it out there. So, no, we are covering the horseradish debate. They did a 3v3 on Saturday. They're doing a 5v5 this Saturday. Should I get on in that? We'll see. I don't know. We'll see. All right. Welcome. Carl said, Trump put weed in for Schedule 3. The DOJ is dragging their feet, which I don't really understand. It seems like there's at this point, when there's already a lot of tax money going around, like what are they holding back on? There must be some kind of I don't even know. Why would they not want some of that money? Larry said, honestly, I can see there being a law for using a firearm while you're on drugs, like a vehicle. Yeah, totally. I totally agreed. But just having done it before? Come on, man. And it's like, how would you even determine that? The stuff doesn't stay in your system forever. We got Caucasian Sasquatch. Welcome. Mantron said, what happens if a felon gets released from the system, did their time, and are fully functioning members of society? Yeah, and that's a little bit different than the drug use. But I also agree, even if it's a felony, that there should at least be a process to determine, should this person get their 2A rights back? Like, okay, maybe if you shot up a school or something, maybe you don't need your 2A rights back. But in general, why not? Makes sense to me. Yeah, right? I mean, people get hurt, and people, is what it is. So it's scary to just say no, not allowed for you. Oh, all right. Thank you so very, very much, Carl. Again, sponsor of the stream. Let's dive right back in.
Correlative would be to say that these people should lose their ability to own firearms. And with that, I yield my time.
All right.
So again, really, basically, he's just saying, bro, you just said like 40% of the people who ever use drugs, or excuse me, 60. Most of the people who ever use drugs are going to become drug dealers. I don't know where I had a brain fart there. They're going to become drug dealers, so we can't let them have guns.
What?
Now we're going to go back over to you, Vigilante. Who's going to challenge that?
Game Boy.
Game Boy, you're up, buddy. 3 minutes is on the clock.
So that's I believe, the picture.
Take it apart.
Can y'all hear my music?
Okay, yeah. So the guy with the picture now is going to be talking.
Is that Life of Pablo?
Dude,
probably
I haven't
more.
done it yet.
Probably more than we prefer.
I turned it off.
All right, thank you. Go ahead. Time's on the clock.
I turned it off. So Lethy, if that's your name. Do you believe that first, second, and any constitutional rights are done to an absolute?
What? Are they done to an absolute? Are they done to an? I don't know what that means.
An absolute? No, I don't understand what you mean by that.
Like, okay, the First Amendment. Do you think you have an absolute right to the First Amendment?
Yes.
Okay. Why are there exceptions to that rule and say yelling fire in a theater or something? Why are such things like slander have legal consequences?
At all times, we take these particular amendments to the Constitution and we put them up to court to see how they are upheld and how they are being actualized. You still have access to the First Amendment, and it's not abridged by anything. But to be able to go, and I believe you can yell fire in a crowded theater legally.
Yeah, wait. So, Brandon, what are you talking about? I would hope they would not be in public ever again after that. Did I miss something? What are we talking about? Say a little more. Welcome to the party.
But to be able to go, and I believe you can yell fire in a crowded theater legally under court ruling. But primarily, the First Amendment is intended to guarantee your freedom of speech against the government unless you are actually threatening the government openly or hate speech or violent acts toward the government. So I don't see where you would lose that.
Exceptions to First Amendment. If you are still saying, like, calling for violence, is that not a
What?
Like, is that not an exception?
No, I don't think it's an exception. That's exactly what the First Amendment was intended for.
So I will say that if you are somebody who's interested into getting into debating, this is a great platform. Meaning Horseradish. You should definitely. It's the channel itself is linked in the description. I tagged him along with the video itself. But this is a great place to really kind of get your feet wet. This isn't, even on Speakeasy, he's not like gigantic, but in our world, he's a bigger channel. The Raging Tomato gets a lot of bigger stuff like that. But if you ever wanted to dip your toe, I definitely, number one, Horseradish would definitely let you up there. And it's a fun, small way. I mean, how many, the whole video here has 7 views. So it's not like, I mean, no shade, obviously, but it's not like, you're going to embarrass yourself in front of everybody. And I think this platform's going places. So take that for what you will.
No, I don't think it's an exception. That's exactly what the First Amendment was intended for.
Okay, so he's the pro guy is saying, well, don't you think there's exceptions for the First Amendment because calling fire in a crowded theater? And Lethy's like, no, that's just what it is.
Okay.
Freedom of speech is not freedom from consequences.
If your mental reasoning is in any way like hindered by things you do in your day-to-day life, or even through mental health reasonings, do you think that could be deemed an exception to a Second Amendment ruling?
Say that one more time.
If your mental reasonings are hindered anyway through mental health or anything like that, do you think that's an exception to the Second Amendment?
So if you have any mental issues, is that an exception to the Second Amendment?
only once you've been opened up to a mental health evaluation, and if that evaluation shows positive that you are a danger to yourself and others, yes, you could lose your ability to use the Second Amendment.
Yeah, nobody's saying that you should. There's no possible way that you should ever be able to stop somebody from just stockpiling guns. That's not what we're doing here. We're talking about a very specific prompt that you want to take guns away, or the right to own guns away from people who have used drugs. Guys, remember, if you are on the vertical stream, do we even have anybody over there? We do. Shout out to the vertical people. If you like it, enjoy the show. If not, you want to be on the landscape stream, the description will always have the link to that full stream.
But not
Okay,
1
so
second
how
before
is-
that.
Not 1 second before that.
Okay, say you have a history of drug use, and you are mentally hindered by.
So hold on, I'm going to back that up. And
History.
hold on. Equality said the calling fire in a crowded theater one is nonsensical. You don't have the right to free speech on other people's property, especially if your actions harm others. So what do you mean it's nonsensical? Because it's directly testing the limits of the First Amendment. And I think we should look that up too, because that was always the one that people, well, you can't do that. And then they said, well, actually you can. But I heard somebody say, well, actually, oh, you can if it's on fire. But I haven't even been very clear about that. But the notion is basically that you, even if it can harm people, if you're not directing people to do so. Like well, see, that's we'll try it again. That seemed to be what was slowing it down. I don't know, but we'll try it again. The idea that you're saying something can hurt somebody doesn't mean that you can't say it, except for you're directing that. So if you're yelling fire in a crowded theater, you're not directing violence anywhere. So let's go. So is it protected under the First Amendment to yell fire in a crowded theater? All right. So it is not protected, at least not in the way people usually mean it. The famous phrase comes from Schneck v. U.S., where Oliver Wendell Holmes Jr. wrote that free speech does not protect someone falsely shouting fire in a theater and causing panic. However, that specific legal test, clear and present danger, has been replaced. The modern standard comes from Brandenburg v. Ohio. The law is today. Speech is not protected if it is intended to incite imminent lawless action and is likely to produce that action. Okay, because it's definitely, because like, what if you're not sure and you're wrong? So what about yelling fire? Not protected if there's no fire or if you're intentionally causing panic or harm. It's protected if there is a fire or there's no intent to cause harm. So the bottom line, free speech is broad, but does not protect speech that deliberately creates immediate danger or panic. And the yelling fire example is shorthand for that principle, even though the legal doctrine has evolved. So it is not legal to do so, assuming that there's no fire. That disrupts. Quality said that disrupts businesses and harms people on your property. So sorry, I missed one. When people talk about the First Amendment, is directly stating the people versus government. The theater is private property, like a restaurant or bowling alley. That disrupt so they get the gotcha. So they get the main the privacy. Their privacy supersedes anything else there. Gotcha. All right. I like that. Liberty said, come on. Everything is just a little off today. What the fuck is going on? The last show was Friday the 13th. Not now. Liberty said, I don't even think inciting violence should be illegal. Let's blame the people who do it. Can't live in a world where people can shift blame to those who give orders. I like that. And that's where my mind was when it's like, if you yell fire, then you're not instructing anybody to do anything, but fair enough. So that's two equality. That's two of you. Two good side quests. All right. Did we get? So we got a little bit of buffering here. So hopefully that'll give us something. Maybe not.
Ability to use the Second Amendment, but not
Okay,
1
so
second
how is-
before that.
Okay, say you have a history of drug use and you are mentally hindered by excessive drug use and addiction. Do you think that does fall under the same hindrance you would have on your mental health?
All right, so let's try the other one. This was 1339. God damn it! All right, we'll try it one more time. But if that's what makes us fucking skip, then we're just gonna have to deal with it.
Think you are okay.
Not
Okay,
1
so
second
how is-
before that.
Okay, say you have a history of drug use and you are mentally hindered by excessive drug use and addiction. Do you think that does fall under the same hindrance you would have on your mental health?
I don't think this is how that works. So you're saying that the drug use and the mental illness are the same thing, or are you saying
I'm
that these
asking
are
a
two
question.
different
I'm not
things?
saying anything.
Okay, I'm trying to
I'm
understand the
asking-
question.
Okay, well, we're running
You,
out of
you,
time.
you can go ahead and repeat the question.
Let's shout out more God's Hammer over on Rumble. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you said, liked, and shared. Guys, thank you so very, very much. Again, it helps out so very, very much.
I'm more asking, hey, what's the logic behind not having a gun for mental health reasons?
See,
And
why?
how is it different from drug use or
Go ahead,
drug
Letha.
addiction?
So you are not mentally compromised just in using a drug. You would need to show that the drug or the person themselves have been mentally compromised to the point where they are a danger to themselves and others specifically before anything would be done.
All right.
Okay.
So my God's Hammer said, hold on. Destruction here. Morgoth's Hammer said one should no more be banned from owning guns for drug use than one should be banned from owning a car if one has a beer on hand. Just don't drink and drive. Don't snort and shoot. Makes sense to me.
Now it is going to be your 3 minutes, Game Boy. Open up. I will start the clock when you start.
So again, now we're back here. Or no. Wait. Yeah.
Give me
This guy with the picture, his 3 minute opening to say yes, they should be bought.
like 1 second.
Shout out to Bugs. Welcome.
I'm gonna probably make the argument that, unlike what Letha said, I think there is a reasonable argument to say that people are reasonably impacted by drug use, even if it is recreational, in a sense that is similar.
Did somebody say that nobody was affected by recreational drug use? That has not been stated. It's just not enough of a reason to bar people from owning firearms. Already. First words out of his mouth.
I'm gonna probably make the argument that, unlike what Letha said, I think
So even if you just left that out, that would have been fine, because like Leafy said,
there is a reasonable argument to say that people are reasonably impacted by drug use, even if it is recreational, in a sense that is similar to mental health reasonings. A
when was that stated?
good percentage of drug violence is caused by, not drug violence, gun violence is caused by drug use or drug users. About 25% of crime by the Justice Bureau in 2020 was solely based off of people who were in consumption of drugs or alcohol at that time. I think that there's a good argument to say, hey, we need a lot of clarity and we need a lot of good judgment when it comes to who can own a gun and who is ready and proper to own a gun. I think a lot of the steps we take with red flag laws and where Letha has described where we've taken with mental health follow with drug use. And I feel like the exceptions he makes are broad enough to say you're going to need to flesh that out later on in the not cross exam, the back and forth.
I don't actually know. I think it might be. Are you talking about the host? I don't actually know. I think so. But yeah. So what this what did he say? Game Boy TV. Middle left. This guy. This is Tyler. Here, wait. I'll give you we got Tyler, the average debate enjoyer. Oh, Fuck yes. Okay. When I go back, remind me. Somebody, once the video starts playing again, put Tyler's video in the chat. Just say Tyler's video. Maybe that'll be better for us. But essentially, the argument that's being put forth by the person up here is saying that the guys on the bottom, the defenders, or the negatives, are saying that there is a line where mental health can be a reason to bar people from owning guns, and I think, being the debaters, so I think that drugs are the same. Interesting.
Exceptions he makes are broad enough to say you're going to need to flesh that out later on in the not cross exam.
Thank you, guys.
The back and forth, whatever Radish calls it. That's basically my argument. Short and sweet.
All right. Leafy, who's going to challenge that?
That would be Ancom.
Ancom.
All right.
Step up to the plate, buddy.
Let's see. Guys, this is what I hate, when you can't get to people's channels from... all right. Well, I'll find it. Hold on.
Yep. So, Game Boy, let me ask you something. Do you think that the mental health of any drug user is sufficiently impaired that...
Yeah, I'm looking for Tyler's version because I know Tyler streamed this. So if I can find his channel,
they should be prohibited from owning a firearm, bar none?
Let's try that again.
Sufficiently impaired that they should be prohibited from owning a firearm, bar none?
Can you repeat that one more time?
Do you believe that the mental health of any illicit drug user is sufficiently impaired to prevent them from owning a firearm, bar none?
What do you mean by mental health? Like the things that lead to drug use to that level?
No, the things that lead to, because you indicated in your opening that the connection between mental health issues and drug use was sufficient to remove someone's ability to own a gun.
Well,
so,
that's not what I meant. I meant
Okay.
more in the sense of the arguments we make for mental health being a precept for taking away someone's gun use. And we say, okay, we got a mental health.
Hey, I think I found his channel. Oh my God.
Epidemic in the U.S. This is a big problem. We need to handle this. We need to make sure that the people who are, for example, a law of like...
Sorry guys, stick with me. We get nope. Ice shooting, horse shredder Saturday. That was a month. No, I don't want a month ago. Did he really not stream this?
Voluntarily being put into a mental asylum. People who fall under that category, you can't have a firearm. Well, okay. The same argument should be made for people who have had a history with Schedule 1 drugs. If you have a problem with Schedule 1 drugs, we see a correlation between that and gun violence, the same we do with mental health, because both require a hindrance of your clarity and your judgment whenever it comes to owning a gun.
So do you believe that even a single usage of a...
All right, so we're just going to have to stick with what we got. I guess he decided this was the one thing, the one debate that he wasn't going to stream. But all right, let's see what you guys are saying in the chat. Yeah, Tyler, I mean, he's been around. He's been here. You've seen him on debates. He's judged debates for me. Yeah. He's judged me on Grid One's channel, I'm pretty sure. We said there's lots of leaps they're going through. Someone who may have used drugs once, then assuming there's mental health issues, and then using that to take a constitutional right away. Exactly. Dick said somebody here was talking about a fighter jet game. Bach said, "Are you an unlawful user of or addicted to marijuana or any depressant, stimulant, narcotic drug, or any other controlled substance?" Dumbest worded question in the whole world. No. Say no. Always say no. No, I know what you mean. Someone might have used drugs and don't anymore, and even if they do, they might not have mental health issues. And then even if you do, you'd have to prove it's bad enough, right? A lot of steps, indeed. And they're in those situations, it seems like they're saying because that situation can't exist, we must make sure that it never happens by banning all Schedule 1 drug users. Not how the law works. Shout out to Little Toes. Welcome to the party. So again, we were doing pretty well before we turned the volume up. So we might have to just suck it up with the volume. But we'll see.
Schedule 1. So you believe that even a single usage of a Schedule 1 drug should be enough to disqualify someone?
I think it's really, really hard to simply say, okay, one use.
Is that your rapper name? Really?
Like most cases where we know someone has a...
Yep. When you ask drug users, you don't clarify. So any drug counts. So caffeine, Adderall not being allowed. So they specifically, as you said, they specifically do say Schedule 1 drugs. But as we looked up before, most of the drugs that we would expect that we're saying, okay, you're on this drug, therefore we don't want you using drugs, are Schedule 2. Meth, PCP, all those things, cocaine, all of those things are Schedule 2. Let's look again at the chart here. We have the Schedule 1 drugs. We have ecstasy, heroin, LSD, marijuana, PCP. Morphine, all that stuff, Xanax, all that stuff is higher classification. So we're not even talking about anything besides marijuana and LSD. Because what are who's doing? Okay, an ecstasy. Who's on drugs? Who's on heroin? Like, unless you're trying to get some. In which case, you're not following the law anyway. And if you can find heroin, you can find a gun.
History or has had a past with Schedule 1 drugs.
Booger.
We don't simply say it based off of one usage of it because it's even hard to find someone who voluntarily says, okay, I've done this before, because most Schedule 1 drugs are illegal. How are you going to...
So then what would be your line?
I think if you've had a conviction of Schedule 1 drugs in your possession or distributing, I think that is a clear indicator of that one example, but that is a good indicator of, hey, they have a history with this substance.
Okay, so if someone is arrested for carrying, a few ounces of pot in a state where that's not legal, you think from that point on they should be disallowed from owning a gun?
So we'll come back to that. So you're specifically talking about on the form itself. So the question on the form does not distinguish the schedules, marijuana or any depressant. I thought you were talking about the debate itself. And so again, it's a much broader umbrella to try to make sure that as few people can get legal guns as possible, because regardless of what we say, it is very obvious. It's very obvious that making things illegal there's going to be less of it. That doesn't mean that people can't get it illegally, but there's a lot more people smoking weed now than there was 20 years ago. So we got to make sure that we are, putting that into context. And so similarly, Liltos is asking who thinks marijuana is dangerous. For what? For children? Yes. For 18 to 25-year-olds? Arguably, yes. For people who are, addicts and not able to control themselves, could be a little dangerous. But all that comes down to, should that be enough to bar you from owning firearms? Quality said the problem is really quite simple. If you commit a crime, you get the punishment. Drugs or no drugs, you done didificated the shit, you get spanked. If you lock yourself in a room and acid blast your brains out, that's a personal problem. Or living the dream. Craig said roughly 400 people are per year are killed by hammers. We should do drug testing at the hardware store before you can buy one. Liberals have the stupidest reasoning. Yep, it makes sense. I'm not addicted. I can quit whatever I want. I just don't want to. I just don't want to. Trust me, bro. Yeah, hell yeah. Let's do it. Let's do it. Again, I'm scared of another expensive hobby. That's the thing, because I definitely am an addict. So I will be addicted. to buying firearms. Liberty said pills of all kinds are horrible. I used to buy pure chemicals like benzone shit. Know exactly what it does, what dose you do and what you don't to consume a bunch of fillers that destroy your body. That's another question of like, do you know? Unless you're getting medical grade, then you don't really know shit about jack about what is in it. Shout out to Gabe Comancho with the big 5. Thank you so very, very much. And of course, a treat for the Overlord. Said my mom fell down and farted and then passed out. I don't know how or I don't know how or why, but today is Sloppy Joe from the back and Sloppy Joe from the back Monday, and I needs it now. Any advice, please? Yeah, send in another $50 and then go touch grass. No, I'm just kidding. Welcome. Thank Struggle streaming. Can you hear me? Can we hear? There we go. We had Truth Bombs. Welcome. Said weed's just dumb. Since I quit, I realized how dumb and immature it is. Yeah, fuck sleeping, right? I should just stay awake all night. It depends on how you're using it. That's the entire point. That we want to understand that there is medical benefit to this stuff. That being said, it doesn't mean everybody just sit around and smoke weed all the time. Balance. Nuance. Who's gay? Wait, what did I miss? All right, thank you so very, very much. Let's dive back in. Play.
Okay, so if someone is arrested for carrying, a few ounces of pot in a state where that's not legal, you think from that point on they should be disallowed from owning a gun?
I think you can make an argument of how bad pot
you
is.
could, but you haven't done that. That's what you're here to do, is to make that argument.
I think you can make an argument of how bad pot is, but given the precedent of how we view Schedule 1 drugs, I think it is a good law and principle to be taken further. I mean, I'm pretty sure both people on my team don't think that that's necessarily a harmful drug, but it's...
Say it with your chest. Say it with your chest. So this is why this is a good platform if you guys are looking to dip your toes into the debate world, because this I would just destroy. I would tear you apart. It doesn't even matter what you're saying. Just like, do you even know what you're talking about? Just that right there is going to put you on the back foot, and you're already nervous. So it's a good practicing ground. And like I keep telling you guys, it seems like it's just people sitting around talking. It's not just people sitting around talking.
Taken further. I mean, I'm pretty sure both people on my team don't think that that's necessarily a harmful drug, but it is still documented under Schedule 1, along with psychedelics and heroin, which is the main crux of our argument.
All right. So 3 minutes is on the clock now for you, ANCOM. Ready for your opening, sir.
Yep. So I think the affirmatives issue here is that what they are arguing for is just much too broad, because Schedule 1 drugs...
Good question. Who was that said that his thumb was at Truth Bombs? Good question. Truth Bombs, less or more dumb than alcohol.
Incorporate a lot of different types, because the drug schedule is just at a scheduling category. You have so many different substances categorized under Schedule 1, many of which have little to no correlation with mental health, psychoses, schizophrenia, any of the typical mental health.
Wonder Bucket. That's a dilly-dilly. Why does Iran have no Walmarts? Because they're all Targets. I like that. Welcome to the party.
Psychoses, schizophrenia, any of the typical mental health disorders that we might correlate with needing to be restricted from gun ownership. So the problem here is that it is much too broad. I might agree that something like heroin or methamphetamine or drugs of those types, which significantly tend to increase instances of violent behavior among those with substance use disorder or people with long histories. But
are they really going to go through the whole debate and not realize that they're talking about a Schedule 2 drug?
But things like psychedelics, PCP, LSD, and to a lesser degree cannabis have very little overlap or correlation with violent behavior of any sort.
Yeah, but what about meth? Not Schedule 1.
So I think that the affirmative's position here is absurd on its face, simply because it is too broad. It is not taking into account the multitude of different effects and impacts drugs that happen to be on Schedule 1 can produce. And I think part of this problem is that Schedule 1 itself is not a reasonable category in which to put drugs, simply because it is based on what therapeutic effects the government happens to recognize for those at the time, and we have often seen that government lags quite far behind actual therapeutic uses.
Hey man, I put the videos out. I tag everybody in Discord. I put it on the community tab. That's on you.
That's the end of my.
All right. Well,
hey, we got Kobe. Welcome to the party. Not that I know of. What I heard was that Trump was trying to move it to Schedule 3. But I don't know. But if you got some news, let's do a side quest.
I believe that means that you are up, Vigilante. Go ahead and start when you're ready.
Yeah, put some Baileys in that bitch.
Okay.
Yeah, so Ancom, you mentioned PCP specifically and said that it in the list of drugs that don't mirror any mental health disorders of people that we wouldn't want to have, people that have to own a gun. Do you know what the effects of PCP are?
The effects of PCP
Pretty cool, man. No,
are largely those of hallucinations and other psychedelic effects.
It's more than that. It's hallucinations, delusions, agitation, blunted
either one, right? Bailey's, Kahlua, and hey, now we're partying. And all night, too.
effect, disorganization of thought, and the effects are very frequently considered similar to schizophrenia. Same with LSD. LSD also has similar effects. So do you think it's okay for somebody who is not able to reason properly to have access to a firearm?
Shout out to Behave. Welcome to the party. How are you doing? Very good to see you.
Reason properly to have access to a firearm.
If they have been proven to be a danger to themselves or others, sure. But I don't think just using it should be sufficient for that, mainly because the effects, as you describe them, are extremely varied. Yes, we can go over the ideas of them being related, the hallucinations, the delusions, things of that nature. But the nature of those effects is extremely varied and not something that you can take based off
its scheduling.
Just the fact that they've used that drug.
Right. And so then again, if we go and look at the classifications here, ecstasy, you're not worried about people, on ecstasy. Again, users. Maybe if you're dealing it, but users. We're not really worried about the users of ecstasy being violent. Heroin, again, probably not, but much higher than probably second on the list. LSD, you're not trying to hurt anybody. Marijuana, you're not trying to hurt anybody. PCP, you might be trying to hurt somebody. But that's 2 out of 5. That's 2 out of 5. To say that the entire schedule, the entire classification should be barred from, that doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. Buck said this part of the law came about by town drunkards. They've stretched out drunkards to druggies to what we have now. I mean, whatever works, all right? Larry said exactly. It's like drinking and driving. If someone's driving recklessly, does it matter if they're drunk? If they aren't driving recklessly, then who cares? I mean, I care. Even if you're one of these, no, I drive better when I'm drunk. No, the fuck you don't. Don't drive drunk. But I get your point. I definitely get your point. Shout out to Cam. Welcome. Said, is the pathetic dude that hates himself so much that he simps. Which one? Which one simps for white nationalists? Who are we talking about? We got a bunch of people on the screen. Maybe, but I don't. I don't know. Congratulations, married lady. Almost. Oh. Dilly. So said, bottom line is this is a red flag law. Any red flag laws are used to take away constitutional rights from minorities or certain classes in a society. 2A can't be taken away. I generally agree. I don't really see what the argument can be made here is, because there needs to be a specific there needs to be a specific principle or specific standard that because it's Schedule 1, it's X. And X directly has a causal factor on people misusing firearms. It has to be that direct. Otherwise, what are we talking about? We got Trey Williams in the building. Welcome. Said, my biased opinion, I say yes because my sister's husband got high on PCP and killed her. Well, hold on. Let me get a full. Let me refill. I'm not gonna disrespect her by dilly with an empty mug. That would be haram. Let's not do that. But I mean, that obviously that sucks to hear. That's terrible. And I appreciate you saying that it's your biased opinion, and I might have that same biased opinion. Unfortunately, though, that's not how we make laws. But dilly to her. R.I.P. And fuck PCP. Like, can we make a new schedule 0, and put PCP in there? Has anyone ever heard a positive story about PCP? I mean, like, even just in terms of, like, I had fun doing PCP. Have you ever heard anybody saying that? Me neither. No, Salvia is the fucking shit. I had a great time with Salvia. I went, oh, bro. If that was still available, I'd be doing Salvia probably every other weekend. It's that much fun. All right. Where are we at? Liberty said, privatize the roads, let the owner dictate the drug policy. That's going a little bit further in the future, but I definitely like that. Box said, you get to disarm the town drunk when he is drunk and acting up. When he calms down, he gets his gun back. That's how this used to go. Bingo. Yep. Indeed. All right. Diving back in here.
Take based off just the fact that they've used that drug.
I'm going to back that up a little bit.
Nature of those effects is extremely varied.
Different.
And not something that you can take based off just the fact that they've used that drug.
You must have bad chronic if you just rip the dab and don't feel aggressively assaulting anyone. I mean, you got to get the good stuff. Case in point. What's wrong with PCP? I mean,
based off just the fact that they've used that drug.
So
Craig said, we lose our, I'm going to say maybe drugs are a lot of fun too, but you can't find them anywhere anymore. Some of the good stuff from the 70s just gone. Yep. Quaaludes. Yeah, Quaaludes were a lot of fun, but you can't find them anymore. I've never done. I've always wanted to. I mean, especially after Wolf of Wall Street. Get the loads. Oh, I wish I would have known. Hey, man, so does LSD, and you ain't trying to kill anybody on that. So does a houseplant. You can make it easy to grow. Okay, how do I send me a link on the seeds or something? I'll go that shit.
So, do you think, like, while somebody is actually physically on the drug, do you think they should be able to have access to a firearm?
While they're yes, you should because the answer is very clearly yes, because then there would have to be a mechanism in which you already own the gun, but you can't get to it unless you do some type of drug test. So we can't take the gun before you use the drug. And if you take the drug and you don't have the gun yet, then what are we talking about? See, some of this stuff makes it sounds good, but when you actually lay out what it is that they're saying, it doesn't make any sense. How would we know that? Shout out to Full Metal Chad. Welcome. So it's kind of lame that having a med card for weed deletes your Second Amendment. Yep. And these people are fighting for it. But the level beer juice? What? I'm not even gonna go there. That's what they're arguing for, and this is the level of argumentation.
Do you think, like, while somebody is actually physically on the drug, do you think they should be able to have access to a firearm?
While they're on the drug, should they have access to a firearm? Should you be able to purchase a firearm while you're high? No. But if I'm not high right now, and I'm in a state where it's Jersey, so it's whatever. Let's say I live in Florida, and I get a gun. I've never done drugs in my life. Then the only way to answer that question, no, means that you're going into the homes of people who may or may not be doing drugs, seeing if they're doing drugs, and if they're doing drugs, then you take their guns.
What?
That would largely depend on the effect they're having at the time.
No, yeah, right. It wasn't at all. Tyler's like, no, what the fuck are you talking about?
Having at the time.
So if they're having a relatively mild effect, like, so if somebody's tripping on LSD and they're like just like seeing colors, you'd be fine with them having a firearm at that time?
I doubt they're likely to do anything harmful at that point.
And so let's say that you're not fine with them having a firearm. What is the process to then take away a person's firearm only while they're on LSD? What are you talking about?
So, like,
gray hair.
What if their trip turns from seeing colors to seeing?
So now, well, what if they do this? What if they think they're Jack Reacher? What if they think they're the Punisher?
Come on, man.
This is not a standard. We are not establishing a standard or a principle.
Fucking monsters and like seeing fucking zombies.
And so again, this is when you would ask, okay, let's say for the sake of argument that I agreed that if somebody is on LSD and they're seeing colors, then it's okay for them to have guns. But if they start seeing monsters, then it's not okay for them to have guns. What process would you use to determine whether or not that person is seeing what they're seeing, telling you what they're seeing is what they're actually seeing, and if they are seeing that, how you know that you need to take their gun? What are we talking about? This is ridiculous. Larry said it's dystopian, but definitely part of the plan. You won't even be able to use your car if you had bad mouth benzos. And that's my life, baby. That's my life. These phones in a couple years will be able to do drug tests. Yeah, I see it. Grumpy said the law stipulates it. What exactly are you referring to? Welcome to the party. If you want to know who's doing LSD and has a gun, you'd have to legalize LSD. Exactly. Grumpy said, as a huge Second Amendment person, if you're on drugs, you shouldn't be around firearms. Fair. However, we're specifically talking about barring from owning, and specifically in this line of questioning that the guy is talking about. He's saying, if somebody is on LSD and they're seeing monsters, should we take away their guns? My point is, even if I said yes, how do you do that? Walk me through step one, with the last step being we take their guns away. What is a process that would not infringe on so many other rights?
Monsters and like seeing fucking zombies.
If that is the way the trick goes, then yes, I might be concerned that they have access to a firearm in that instance.
Yeah. So,
but we wouldn't bar them from owning it.
Like, isn't the whole point of regulating firearms and to keep them away from people that can potentially do harm? Isn't the point to prevent that before it happens?
the point is to balance the civil right of owning and being able to keep a firearm for various reasons against the probability and likelihood of that violence.
I said shit. Me too. There has been studies. They have opened up a little bit more with LSD, ketamine, and MDMA, which I think is huge. Like I said, after the first time I did LSD, I thought, wow, this is something that everybody should try. After the second time I did LSD, this is not medical advice, I was like, oh wow, you don't even know what it is to live a life as a human on planet Earth if you've not done LSD, or at least some shrooms. But, go the full way. Angry APG said, the reason I have a wife to keep gun away from me if I'm in a bad mental state. Yeah, I mean, those PTSD deaths are not a small number. Not a small number. If you're in the middle of the street with a gun drawn, screaming about mobsters, they will take your gun away. Don't worry. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's almost like we already have rules and laws around this and a community that understands the value of the power of guns. Chronic said criminals shouldn't have a gun either, but they always do and always will. Murder is illegal, yet felons possessing firearms is illegal, yet further restrictions only affect legal owners anyways. Bingo. The criminals don't follow the law in the first place. Box said, I'm always within arm's reach of a firearm here, and I tend to get really drunk. I have a laser light cartridge. I dry fire the crap out of it all the time. Well, I don't know. That worries me a little bit. I'm glad I'm not the only, I'm not just the no gun person being like, I don't know about that. Quality said, if you are on drugs, don't handle guns. If you are drunk, don't drive. Pretty simple. Now, of course, that doesn't mean that people are going to follow that, but that's what we should be following.
Civil right of owning and being able to keep a firearm for various reasons against the probability and likelihood of that violent behavior.
All right. Time is now for you, Vigilante. Go ahead and 3 minutes on the clock for your opening, sir.
Grumpy said, I don't agree with a lot of red flag laws, but there are certain criteria that you probably shouldn't have a firearm if you're uncertain in things. I agree with you, but I think because of the fact that 2A is so fundamental, it's in the Bill of Rights, all of that stuff, that needs to be a cultural thing. That needs to be just like exactly what Angry just said. Exactly what Angry just said. If I'm in a bad mental state, I have my community, my family to take care of that. It's not that's what being a responsible gun owner means. Is having those things in place. Now, again, it doesn't mean that because you have a plan in place, because you have a family and all that things can't go wrong. But that is not an option. We don't have the option to live in a world where things can't go wrong. If we did, we wouldn't need the fucking guns in the first place.
Yeah, so if you care about gun violence, the way to limit gun violence, it has not and never will be to ban guns in America. The solution is and always will be to limit who has access to them. Preventing the users and addicts of inhibiting substances from having access to guns is one of those methods to limiting access. Drugs and alcohol users are 4 to 10 times more likely to commit violent acts. This shows that drug and alcohol users increase the risk of violent tendencies, or drug and alcohol use increase the risk of violent tendencies.
Yep, very true.
Simply put, we do not want we don't want guns in the hands of violent people. Why does drug use increase the risk of violent behaviors? Because stimulants, hallucinogens.
Right, but again, Grumpy, it's not being high; it's being a user, and so we haven't even defined what a user is. And so we're arguing up against the guy who tried weed one time 30 years ago. That's a very different thing than what you're saying. Because I agree, if you're on drugs, then it's probably a good idea that you don't have guns, like you're not actively using guns. But that's a different argument. They do forget. They do indeed forget.
risk of violent behaviors, because stimulants, hallucinogens can trigger acute psychosis, delusions, cause people to lose touch with reality. Simply put, there are plenty of avoidable deaths that would have been prevented had we had stricter rules on drug use and the possession of firearms. There's a significant.
What was the what's the Ben Franklin quote? Those who would sacrifice liberty for safety deserve neither.
Link between abuse and drug use. 25 to 50% of men who commit domestic violence have substance abuse disorder. 80% of child abuse cases involve the use of drugs and alcohol. We can sit here and pretend that allowing a community of people that have a higher risk of violence than the average person is okay, but in reality, this would just increase the rate of deadly violence within our communities. How does drugs affect the crime rate? 30% of violent crimes that are committed by people on drugs. 41% of violent crimes against college students are committed by people on drugs. 40% of sexual assaults committed.
No, brother. Look at the screen. Schedule 1 drug users should be barred from owning firearms. That is the discussion. That is the discussion they are having. If you are a Schedule 1 drug user, right up here, Schedule 1 drug users, I'll move this, should be barred from owning firearms. I agree that I would, if I was in the position of trying to advocate for reasonable limitations, I would not accept this. I would not accept this prompt because it is silly. But that's what they're arguing. That's what they're arguing. So again, Schedule 1 is the drugs, ecstasy, heroin, LSD, marijuana, and PCP, not morphine, oxycodone, methamphetamine, steroids, Valium, Xanax, any of those things. Just Schedule 1. Ecstasy, heroin, LSD, marijuana, and PCP. And so they're saying if you are a user of those things, then the government should bar you from ever being able to own a firearm. And I think that's ridiculous. And that's why we, in this stream, we're talking more about a better nuanced situation of where on the individual basis should we draw it, based on, the mental state, meaning if you are actively on the drug, if you're actively intoxicated. But to say just because you smoked weed once, that's what's in the prompt. That's what's in the prompt. If you does that, so like then the people on the affirmative, they would have to argue that a user is not somebody who's only used once. They'd have to argue that a user is somebody who actively is regularly using. And I mean, okay, there's a stronger argument there, but they haven't made it. Craig said, thank you, More Gods. Hammer said, I shared the video. Indeed. They never come around, but thank you. Craig saying, I thought that Trump lowered to Schedule 3. I think that's in the process, but somebody said the DOJ was dragging their feet on that one. So we'll see, but I think it's inevitable. Gonick said by user, the government doesn't make a distinction between active or past user. They have proof you used, it would be used against you. Exactly. I know a lot of drug addicts, so I agree. If you use drugs, you shouldn't be around firearms. Again, I agree with that, but I don't agree with the debate prompt. People that own guns find it silly. If I just give you a gun and you never have to do the form, does it even count at that point? Well, we gotta close the gun show loophole, right? Yep, he said that's BS.
Against college students are committed by people on drugs. 40% of sexual assaults committed against college students are committed by people on drugs. And then finally, 40% of people in state prisons and jails report being on drugs at the time of their offense. How do we enforce keeping guns away from drug users? Simply, there's 2 layers to it. One we already do, which is if you're in possession of a gun while you're in possession of drugs or on drugs, you go to jail. The second way, we need to require drug tests and alcohol testing in order to purchase a firearm. Drugs and alcohol.
Marijuana might be the worst. You'll wake up with orange pee-pee?
What?
and discover all your Cheetos have been eaten. That makes a little bit more sense. That makes a little bit more sense. Coffee, welcome to the party. We are breaking down this debate. Schedule 1 drug users should be barred from owning firearms. Agree or disagree?
Alcohol testing in order to purchase a firearm. Drugs and alcohol users are 4 to 10
Orange is the best pee-pee color that there ever was.
times more likely to commit violence, as I've already stated. This shows that drug use has an increase of violent tendencies. If you care about decreasing gun violence, you should not want guns in the hands of people who are impaired.
Right, but again, being a user does not mean you're actively impaired. These conflations, and so okay, they're still in, they're not in the open debate portion yet, so we're still kind of going tit for tat. But the bottom row is the negatives. They've got to jump on this. Like, guys, yes, nobody is saying that if you're actively high on PCP that you should be handling firearms. That's not the debate.
Right. That sounded like you landed it pretty damn near on the button. Circa, you are the only one left, sir.
All right, so
get after it.
Our final opening.
All right, hey Vigilante, how you doing,
buddy? Good, I'm
good. Yeah, this is the guy that just debated Andrew Wilson that Trump is a fascist on Speakeasy.
I have a few questions. Okay, so when it comes to measuring crime in a general population versus police, or a crime that is police adjacent, as in doesn't have some basic statistical errors in it, do you think the data that you just presented when it comes to drug users having violent crime rates, do you think it's going to be free of that? Do you think it's going to have no sample selection bias, no collider bias, no detection bias?
I mean, considering that the statistics that I was using come from the DOJ and are specifically about people.
Yeah, but they're about crime.
Caught. Yeah, they're about crime.
They're when crime is happening, though, right?
Caught.
Right.
Yeah, they're when crime is happening.
Yeah, they're.
So, like, does your evidence rely on arrests or official records rather than self-reported offending?
It would rely on official records.
And that would be susceptible to something like a selection bias or, a base rate distortion or all of those statistical things we just talked about, right?
Yes.
So if both drug presence and suspicious circumstances increase the chance of arrest, why doesn't conditioning on arrest inflate the correlation you're claiming?
Oh, wait, I'm gonna slow him down a little. He goes into he talks real quiet, and then if you think this, then why do you think that would be in this? What? Before we go in, Craig said, fucking Nixon put weed on a Schedule 1. It was due to the same liberals that were spitting on the vets coming back from Vietnam who now wish the troops were killed in Iran. We're doing a lot of they were doing a lot of marijuana, and he wanted to get them people and put them in jail. And there's also the racial thing. There's also the racial thing. You guys can add these. I don't know exactly how to do it. I don't know how to do it. You guys can make them, and same thing with Discord. But y'all don't be doing shit. Chronic said people have no idea how many highly functioning, if not genius level potheads there really are out there. Many own firearms. They'll never know. Because they assume that the only people smoking are like, hey man, 420 all day, bro. You getting away today? Like, that's probably the overwhelming majority of people who use marijuana are not like that. But hey, stereotypes exist for a reason, right? All right, let's back this up and see what the fuck he was saying.
Susceptible to something like a selection bias or, a base rate distortion or all of those statistical things we just talked about, right?
Yes.
So if both drug presence and suspicious circumstances increase the chance of arrest, why doesn't conditioning on arrest inflate the correlation you're claiming?
Why doesn't what?
Doesn't conditioning on arrest if both drug presence and suspicious circumstances increase the chance of arrest?
So if drugs or suspicious increase the chances of arrest.
Why doesn't conditioning on arrest inflate the correlation you're claiming?
Because what? So
I think he's asking why don't you see such a high level of people on drugs when they're arrested, but I'm not exactly sure.
Necessarily test for if somebody is on drugs whenever they're arrested.
I know, but all of your data is using police records and official records to try and say that Schedule 1 drug users are violent, right?
Not all of it. One of the sources is a survey among people who are already in jail that directly state that they were on drugs at the time of their arrest.
At the time of their arrest, yeah. That's so. My last question: can you source?
So already we're framing this in the notion that, well, sometimes people do bad things with guns and they're on drugs, right? Yeah. But most times people use drugs, they're not getting arrested.
Can you source
at least for firearm type things?
An underlying criminality from just an enforcement intensity?
So
see, it's okay if you're like, wait, I don't know what that means. Can you simplify that, or you can ask that in a different way? I don't know what you're. It doesn't. We can all tell. We can all tell when you're like, it's technically, if you look at the inverse, just say, I don't really know what that means. Can you put that in a different way? Can you source an underlying criminality from just an enforcement intensity? Yeah, I don't know what that means. I mean, I would ask.
So I mean, if we were talking about like drug use in general, like that's going to have a higher.
Well, your argument is that it does,
but,
right? But we would see this outside of just crime records, then, right?
No, my argument is that. Okay. I mean, the statistics that I was using specifically are, yes, talking about.
It's conditioned on detection, though, is what I'm trying to tell you.
And so here, Circa should be filling in. Like when you ask a question like that, and you get crickets, that's when So it is like that. So then, unless it's a question where you specifically do need them to answer, like so you believe X, then you do need them to answer. But like if you're just establishing the way things are. It's like, okay, so we see a correlation between A and B, right? Well, yes, there is. So then we take B and we look at 6 and X and whatever. This was a slight missed opportunity, but I mean, bottom row is destroying anyway, so just nitpicking.
Yes, talking
it's
about.
It's conditioned on detection, though, is what I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah, I mean, that's how all crime works. All crime is conditioned on detection.
Yeah, but you probably would understand that that's not really a good way to statistically analyze something to then take rights away from someone.
Right. So even though I don't fully understand what Circa's even saying, he's establishing the same point that I did before, that regardless of what you guys on the top row are saying, you're not establishing any type of standard between Schedule 1 drug users and a reason why they should be barred from owning firearms, which is the debate.
Or to take rights away from someone on the chance of like using a selection bias error that big, right?
Yeah, but you could say the same thing about fucking murderers and people who commit domestic violence.
All right. 3 minutes on the clock now for your opening, Circa. The mic's all yours, sir.
Okay. My position is going to be pretty straightforward. The affirmative asks the judge to treat a legal label as if it were proof of personal danger. That move may sound firm at first, but it collapses under scrutiny. So a Schedule 1 drug user is not a medical diagnosis and not a finding of violence and not a judgment that a person is mentally unfit to own a firearm. It is a federal classification tied to abuse potential and accepted medical use, not with the person. That is a very different claim. That distinction matters because...
What's RBD? Resting bitch dick? Sorry, I don't know. What's RBD?
Firearm restrictions are usually tied to specific legal or factual triggers, like in the domestic violence case we just heard, a restraining order or a violent conviction beforehand. So felony conviction, domestic violence, adjudicated mental incompetence, or other concrete findings. The law can recognize those as distinct categories for a reason. But they do rest on evidence, procedure, and identifiable risk, and not a smorgasbord of broad inferences based on many different categorical errors in statistics. So I'm just going to end it there, actually.
Well, hey, at least soon, just like Angry, you'll have, well, not just, Angry doesn't have, you'll have a spouse, that can make sure that you are good.
All right. Well, then in that case, the way this works, Socrates, is we circle back to you. You went first. You're now the one who's going to cross-examine or really just challenge what Circus said. So time's on the clock for
this. Is their first 3v3, and they switched to a little bit better of a system where there's a little bit movement. I think the next one's going to be a little bit better, but this is the first one. Just I don't like how each person is going. It's not really a debate in the way that we normally see it, but they get into it. Box said you should get your gun rights back. If you're too dangerous, then you should stay in prison till you're not. Then you get them back. That's a good point. But if we don't trust somebody to not be violent, then why are we letting them out of prison in the first place? Like, I mean, I get it, because you can't just keep people forever for quote unquote no reason. But that is a good point. Drug bad unless you get it from the pharmacy. We like that. We like that.
You go ahead and start it when you're ready.
So is it your contention that there is no statistical association whatsoever with drug use, drug dealing, being involved in kind of black market or criminal activity, and an increased risk of using a firearm in a dangerous or criminal way? That there's just no
policing
association.
correlation data. The policing correlation data you're mentioning would show a heightened risk. Yeah.
But it's your contention that we should basically throw this data away because there's some other way to gather data about homicides other than related criminality?
Can you not take drugs without doing a crime?
Can you kill someone with a gun?
Don't answer a question with a question. Even if you're saying, well, yes, obviously, but here's another question that demonstrates that that's a bad question. Answer the question first. That is probably my biggest pet peeve in the fucking world. Just answer the question.
Throw this data away because there's some other way to gather data about homicides other than related criminality?
Can you not take drugs without doing a crime?
So that's a very basic question. Can you not take drugs without doing a crime? Yes, you can take drugs without doing a crime. But that is an irrelevant question or a non sequitur or whatever it is because of this. Instead, he just jumps right into the next question.
Can you kill someone
You
with
can't
a
really
gun?
murder
Can you
someone
commit
without doing a crime, right?
Exactly, right. So then why would you?
I actually heard somebody was saying like under 5 years and you're probably good, but once you get over 5, definitely past 10, you're institutionalized. You are institutionalized. We don't do that over here. That's for the lefties and Hassan. We love our puppy over here. Don't forget, guys, every donation gets Morty a treat. Morgoth's Hammer said, right there with you. I fucking hate when people ask questions in response to questions. It's not complicated. Just answer the question. And I understand that this is a debate. This isn't just a chit chat. You're not, just talking shit with the boys over a beer. I get that. But you still got to answer the questions.
You can't really murder someone without doing a crime, right?
Exactly, right. So then why would you disregard criminal statistics? I don't understand that.
Because it's susceptible to selection bias. We're talking about Schedule 1 drug users, right? And just taking drugs, I guess you could say, has a criminal element to it because, like, I'm sure you're thinking of 18 USC 922, right? Which is, I guess, an unlawful user or anyone addicted to any controlled substance, right? But I just want you to know that the data that you're using here is based on, one, it's always going to be people who have substance abuse disorders. When it comes to the schizophrenic material and evidence that he was providing earlier, like Vigilante. And then all of this is going to be susceptible to certain selection bias.
Right. So again, we're saying, yes, you can be somebody who smokes weed, and then you become a drug dealer, and then you do this, and then you're doing harder drugs, and then you're getting into violence because of that. Yes, that can happen. But the fact that that can happen is not justification to bar users from owning firearms.
So I don't think we should make inference, like causal inferences on this, no.
So
not yet.
Some selection bias is something that every form of data will have. You mentioned that we could maybe look at like surveys of people, so self-submitted information. That will have a bias, right?
No, I was demarcating the difference I didn't really say that we should have self-reported offending. I'm just saying that the evidence does rely on official records, which is going to be extremely susceptible to selection bias. It's not just a hand wave.
So what's an example of a data source that would not have any type of bias involved?
One that doesn't have like a system in which it conditions on detection, or when you have a sample size that's not overrepresentative.
So this is where, Circa, we need an example. So for example, this.
Where these things co-appear in ways that police can observe. So
what's an example of that type of data source that we could use?
Are you asking me for what police can do, or how you can test this in a different way?
No, he's asking you for an example of what you just explained. He was asking, can we do this? And then you said, yes, this can go with this and that and that and that and that. And so he's asking for an example of what exactly, how would that play out?
I mean, if you don't like official records, I mean, if you say that the available data sources are not good enough to make a determination, somehow we have to limit public harm, but you can't seem to.
I don't have to put one forward right now to show you how you can ban firearms from drug users right now. That is not my job.
Can I make a final?
Sure.
I know the time's over, but just ban or not ban, right? It could be a data source that refutes, right? I'm not asking for you to make a positive, like add some ammunition, pun intended. Right? It's my argument, but something that would
be argument here, right?
All right, I'll tell you what. Actually, I'm going to try something different, and I've been inspired a little bit.
Here we go. Here we go.
So I'm still going to be having the judges and the moderator ask you guys questions, but I think I want to try and find something in the middle ground. And we're still going to have some level of open, but what I want instead is I'm going to put 5 minutes on the clock, and I want each of the captains to choose one interlocutor to get in and carry this on a little further. It can be yourself, or it can be one of the others. Vigilante. Who do you want to nominate as your champion?
So in case you didn't catch that, we have obviously the two. We have the two teams. We have the top team and the bottom team. Again, middle is the judges. So he's like, all right, we're gonna pick a 1v1 for 5 minutes, and then we'll go from there.
I'll let Socrates keep going. I think he's doing pretty good there.
Socrates and Lethe, who do you want to get in the ring against Socrates for that 5 minutes? Is that you yourself?
No, double checking with the team who wants to.
For sure.
I'm going to say it's going to be Circa.
Okay, then we're just going to keep that rolling. 5 minutes is on the clock for the two of y'all. Again, this is open to the two of y'all. And for what it's worth, the rest of your team should be DMing the fuck out of you with any thoughts, questions, comments, concerns, etc. So go ahead and get after it.
Right. So
we're just opening it up. Is that what we're doing?
Yeah.
Yeah. So again, we're sticking with Zerka and Socrates.
I do actually have. I'm gonna posit something for you. Okay. So
Please.
There's a Supreme Court case. I'm not sure if you're aware of it. It's the one that allows domestic violence convictions, as well as if you have like a restraining order. There's a Supreme Court case versus Rahimi, where they would uphold a temporary disarmament of a person for subject to a domestic violence restraining order after a court found they were like a credible threat. Okay. Now, if you want my opinion on what we could do to try and see or test whether or not, or at least use some sort of analytical way to do this, it would be something similar to that, where you'd have to have like some analogical reasoning supporting it about the dangerousness of it in public policy. So for this circumstance, they have
It's not a bad idea. That's not a bad idea. They're gun ban maxing. Yep. Circa, is that the Cocaine Crusader? I don't know who the Cocaine Crusader or no. So this is SEARKA. This is a different Circa. I vaguely know of the Circa you're talking about. I think he's like in the Destiny world, right? Not that guy. Different guy.
About the dangerousness of it in public policy. So for this circumstance, they have a different conviction that directly poses a credible threat. How you could actually go about doing that, though, I honestly don't know. But I do know right now, at least the Supreme Court has ruled that it's not analogous in this circumstance. For instance, this Rahimi case does not work in the Supreme Court's eyes as well as my own eyes when it comes to Schedule I drug users, because they don't reach that credible threat.
So there are reasons that somebody's gun can be taken away due to some kind of credible threat related to domestic violence,
right?
Or I forget the other category. Circling back around to evidence when it comes to drug use. So we have
it's like they're in the affirmative. It is their job. It is their job to make sure that the phrase, the prompt Schedule 1 drug users should be barred from owning firearms is what they are making an affirmative case for. Schedule 1 drug users should be banned from owning firearms because. And they haven't done that. They haven't put anything forth as, again, a standard, a basis, a reason. They're just saying sometimes bad things can happen. That is not a good enough reason to bar an entire group of people who are not, making up the violence in that group.
Evidence relating drug use and drug abuse to dealing, which is, but I think not controversially related to gun deaths. Something like 40% of homicides are related to, or gun homicides are related to drug trafficking.
But again, we're not talking about trafficking. We're talking about users.
And this is going to fall victim to a certain very wide range of statistical analysis errors. So
yes, so that's my question. Is your claim is that basically we shouldn't implement some kind of safety.
Hey, shout out to the Big Daddy Pod. No, I am not on the panel. We are just breaking this down. This was Saturday. Horseradish had a 3v3, and the prompt was Schedule 1 drug users should be barred from owning firearms, and I said no. Welcome. We also got Avery. Welcome to the party. Very good to see ya. Coffee XX says 73 stats are made up on the spot. Yep. Snapple facts, right? Snapple facts. Welcome, guys. I honestly haven't missed much. We'll go in and I'll fill you in on anything that you missed. But honestly, they're not doing a very good job. They're not doing a very good job of making this statement agreeable.
Your claim is that basically we shouldn't implement some kind of safeguard based on this because this data has some form of biases. And my questioning,
it's not just some form. I mean, it does. I do want to say it does not prove the relationship between drug use and crime. Now, I can't say that's fake. There's definitely a relationship, right? Like a correlation, but we're talking about taking away rights, correct? And when we do that, we want to make sure that
you gotta have a high bar.
Case that we just mentioned, right? It needs to overcome some sort of credible threshold, right? And
right, that threshold. That's what the principle, the standard, the threshold. What is the line? What is the line? And if we're talking about just being a user, then we have to define what a user is. Is one time smoking weed justify? Is that the threshold to which you should be barred from owning firearms? We've not given that. They've not presented any type of reasoning as to why being a Schedule 1 drug user has any connection to firearms, except for the tertiary connection that, well, sometimes drug users become drug dealers. Well, if we were talking about Schedule 1 drug dealers, then you might have a much stronger argument. But that's not what we're talking about.
Threshold, right? And what's being presented right now is just not doing that.
So, I mean, do you have something to present to say that, official?
Not his job to present. It's your job to present.
Official kind of criminal statistics are so biased in this particular manner on this particular subject.
We don't need to, because of the fact that it's all the things in the group are so different. We don't need to have statistics to know that you're going to have different statistics on crime when it comes to marijuana versus ecstasy versus PCP. I mean, I'm sure we do. He may not have it off the top of his head or ready to go, but that's what I'm saying. These guys, again. You think it's just sitting and talking. It's not just sitting and talking. It's not just sitting and talking. They're not ready for the fucking passion. They're worried about just keeping it straight. They're just trying to keep it straight. Big Daddy said, so let's make it illegal for drug users to have guns. Then edit the schedule to restrict the 2A rights. Caffeine, alcohol, nicotine, Benadryl. Exactly. This is the argument that they are not knocking down, and it hasn't even really been presented to them because the defense hasn't even had to go there yet. They haven't even need to go there yet. I'm so extreme on 2A that I don't think felony convictions should bar people from owning guns. Well, you are in good company. I think every single person here has said, in the most strict terms, once you get out, you get your guns back. And you said they debate monotone. The reason they love TIJ to go on that stream. We need the T, guys. We need the T. Because then people are going to search Indian Jesus. And here, look what happens when we search Indian Jesus. We're just going to go home and put Indian Jesus. Watch, it's going to fucking pull my shit up. Okay, well, I guess we're growing. But before that, we were getting all this bullshit. And, you know, obviously we're live now. But, all right. So, whatever. But I'm just being nitpicky. But, yeah. That's why they love me. They're doing a 5... actually, let me look at the message and what the... let's see. 314. Okay, so this was the last one. They just said something about... okay, we have our first 5v5 debate scheduled for this Saturday. Okay, so they already have people. Cool. Oh my! I have 2 items. Would like to play a computer game night among us. Open debate challenges. We'd find a guest moderator and some judges. I would have you all choose the prompt you want me to debate. Okay, yeah, all right. So I thought they were doing that, but yeah, I'm definitely gonna go back. I really like the platform, and you know, I kind of like being the big fish in the small pond. You know what I mean? Thank you. Box said you get out, you get your righties back. Many states still stop felons from voting, too, which is criminal, in my opinion, even more than the guns. Strong argument can be made. Welcome Jay said the real violent criminals are able to get weapons no matter if they're felons or not, so that restriction only hurts normal people. Bingo. Yep, you guys know it. And yet, they still can't present even an argument, and a bad argument. They can't present a bad argument. Where's the bad argument that gets knocked down?
Present to say that, you know, official kind of criminal statistics are so biased in this particular manner on this particular subject that it's just not informative.
No, I just said that it does show a correlation, as in I cannot prove that the relationship you're talking about is not fake. But we have to meet certain standards when we want to take away people's rights. So it's not just simple bias, right? I mean, I can run through some of these for you if you'd like, but we have quite a few in this one alone. So we're going to run into something like the base rate distortion, conditioning on a collider, as well as a measurement validity problem, and then including the selection bias, right? So what that'll mean
well, just to jump in, because that's already, I mean, there's always going to be issues when it comes to, so first of all, science never proves anything, right? There's, you know, even in a court case, you have shadow of a doubt, right? Or you have preponderance of evidence, things like this, right? We don't look at.
We're gonna get the lefty, which I'm going to assume is an atheist. That says, "Oh, science can't prove anything." Convenient
proof beyond some possibility.
But these are kind of statistically breaking biases, right? So, like, obviously, when we do statistics,
what's a statistically
trying to reduce
breaking bias? In the
one
case
of these
of
on their
relating
own,
like drug use to.
No, one of these on their own is not statistically breaking, just to keep that in mind. But the overwhelming amount of them in this entire framework here, where it's tied to police records, like for instance, if we're going to use the collider one really fast, okay, I'll explain that one. The collider bias is going to happen when, let's say, both drug involvement and other suspicious or criminal-like circumstances are going to increase the chance of the police contact. And then you analyze the cases that entered the system.
We'll back that up. Angry MT say if you keep all rights as a felon. Well, first of all, I don't think anybody's saying you keep your rights as a felon. I'm saying once you're an ex-felon, then you are no longer a felon. More people wouldn't care to become one. Wait, what? I thought you were saying, but if you keep all rights as a felon, more people wouldn't care to be going. Oh, yeah. So I don't think that the lack of voting and guns is the main motivation as to when people are specifically doing violent crimes. I don't really think that's at the forefront. I mean, I do think that it may lead into decisions, but if the principle is correct, if the principle is that we have this right, and once you serve your term, then your debt to society is paid. Then how do we argue against that? Like I definitely agree. You become an ex-felon by committing a felony. I'm not arguing with you there. What I'm saying is, what justification do we have to then maintain that status after you are a felon and now you are an ex-felon? I don't know. Box said, I see it as even more of a reason to give people their rights back. The government flubs it all the time. Make it real for them. You know, that's another. The flip side to that is that maybe people who are not necessarily thinking about that at the forefront of their mind and committing violent offenses, after they're in jail, if they know, okay, I can go back and be a member of society more easily, maybe rehabilitation is more likely. I don't know. They want felons voting and owning firearms. They have to stop letting them out early. That's a non-negotiable. Liberty said there are videos of criminals being released, so the government shouldn't need a warrant to search your violent. There are videos of violent criminals being released, so the government shouldn't. Yeah, right. We're getting. Oh wait. Okay. All right, yeah, that's a little out there. Chronic says it's not a correlation, not with pot. Anyways, there's 365 million people. Of that, probably 180 million have smoked pot. Of course, that's there would be a high percentage of criminals that have smoked pot. It's a bad argument. It's a bad argument, and you can see that because the bottom row is not having any trouble. They're not having any trouble batting anything down. They're just everything that comes out. I don't know why they picked the first timer. They said it was his first time on the platform. I don't know why they picked him to carry this. But hey, let's grab this and then we'll dive back in. Felon needs something to aspire to. If they have nothing, they will take everything. This is a fundamental problem that prison reform needs to address. Agreed. They'll do scam for millions and hide money because of felon. And I mean, yeah, but like that's the what's the alternative? That we just keep rights from people? That's a very, 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 very small subset of people. And we're like, well, I mean, I'm not going to do that. Wait, you're telling me that going to prison and all that stuff was not enough for me to say no, but I need to keep my vote and I need to keep my firearms. Well, actually, now that they've changed the law, I am going to do that. Really? Do we really think there's a lot of people that are sitting and waiting to not do $1 million scams because they want to keep their firearms and voting rights? Is that really a correlation that we're talking about? It never is, but it should be, right? We should at least try to go in that direction. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, because not all free speech is not all free speech is nice and appropriate. So yeah, I don't see why not.
Increase the chance of the police contact. And then you analyze the cases that entered.
Hey, you're doing the best out of all of them, I guess. But Avery, what the fuck happened? So Avery, tell us why it's a stupid argument.
The system in that now they have a condition common effect, correct? This on its own is not really like going to break some sort of statistical analysis, but it does lead into more of the other ones, like the measurement validity problem or the base rate distortion one, right? So if a data set, for instance, like drug users who get small criminal offenses, right? If the population...
What do we mean? What if the volume is down? What are we talking about?
Are already enriched from like criminal justice contact, which when we give people, drug using criminal offenses, right? I'm sure you've heard this before, but they become part of the system, correct? So they become more likely to actually engage in that very same risk offending violent drug use next to a crime with a police officer again, right? So all
are we got it on volume, guys? Is that I don't know what this exactly is referring to.
These different things are going to stack on top of each other.
So
whereas
real quick,
violence one,
real quick,
and the planes are good.
If you want to go ahead and take a couple of moments to respond to that, Socrates.
Yep. So, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that is definitely free speech. That is definitely free speech.
I didn't want to interrupt, but
I know, but we're past time. And so, go ahead. Go and respond to that real quick.
Very quickly, the study that I sent was based on a self-report.
Well, when I say free speech, I mean covered under 1A, so it's technically expression, but you know what I mean.
So this actually is not at all some kind of police reports, policing, official records.
I believe I remember
this is actually
saying there
asking.
was a self-report inside of a jail, right?
I don't think it was. I can double check for you, but just to.
What did he say?
Is actually
saying there was a self-report inside of a jail, right?
I don't think it was. I can double check for you, but just to state as a final statement for this round, this is based on self-report. It's not based on official records. It's not based on police, like some kind of official policing or whatever. This is based on their own. And at the same time, every data source will have some form of bias. You've not been able to give me a source that is free.
He doesn't need. That's not his job. It is your job. When you are the affirmative, it is your job to make the argument. If you're on the negative, if you can win by just saying, nuh-uh, you're wrong because X, Y, and Z, that's all you need to do. The burden of proof is on you. If you are saying Schedule 1 drug users should be barred from owning firearms, then you have to make that argument. You don't get to say, well, you didn't say why we shouldn't. Maybe I don't know why we shouldn't. My inability to answer the question does not make the answer to the question no. Just throwing arguments out there, trying to help them out. Yeah, I mean, they need it. They need it. DJ said also know that U.S. Loosens punishment. As the U.S. loosens punishment, there's far more crime than there used to be. Yep. And so that's why I don't think I don't think anybody's talking about loosening punishment. I think the punishment is the punishment, and we're just, at least on this stream, you guys and I, we're talking about the rights of somebody who has already done their punishment. Avery said he gave the example that because he won't have his rights taken away, he will scam people for money, then hide that money. But fuck it, I'll have my rights in the end. That's a stupid argument. If you're going to do that kind of crime, you're already not giving a fuck about your right to begin with. Fair enough. Fair enough. Let's see, at least Angry gave an argument to be knocked down. At least Angry is giving us something instead of just a bunch of random facts and numbers and statistics and, well, I got a source for it. Yeah, your source don't do shit without an actual argument. You have to have an actual argument.
Free of that, and given that, we must make public health recommendations based on the available data.
All right, real
I
quick.
could give you the domestic violence case where you can overcome that with like an analogous threshold, but
all right, Circa, go ahead and hold on, buddy. So I liked that.
Moderating ain't so easy either.
And I'm going to keep that the fuck going, actually. I think this is the move. I think this is what we should have been doing all along. So we're going to each of y'all is going to get 5 minutes to just go at it like that.
And like I said, that's why I have a lot of respect for this whole platform, because it is a, it's an entry-level platform in the sense that you don't have to be a pro. You don't have to be somebody who has a big, back catalog of big debates in order to get on there and just get in the conversation. And that's the only way to learn how to do it. That's the only way, is to get in these debates and realize, oh, Lutch told me that it wasn't just people sitting around and talking. And like, I kind of got what he meant, but like, it is kind of just people sitting around talking. And you're like, oh, I get it now. I get it now. Shout out to Boggs with a big 5. Thank you. So very, very much, sir. And of course, a treat for the Overlord. What's wrong? Watch, she's going to eat it because I put it down. Yeah. What's wrong with my hand? Does my hand smell bad? What's wrong with my hand? It smells like soap. Smells like hand soap. Buck said, prison serves 3 functions: deterrence, punishment, and rehabilitation. We seem to be flubbing let's try that again. We seem to be flubbing the deterrence and the rehabilitation part right now. Yeah, not looking good. And I think there's a direct connection between the fact that we're flubbing the deterrence and rehabilitation part with the cultural aspect of how acceptable crime seems to be becoming. I don't know if it's I don't know which came first, the chicken or the egg. But with the punishments going down and the rehabilitation going down and the laws changing, we're just getting a vicious cycle of people who are willing to just do whatever the fuck, go in jail, get out early. Because that, again, we were talking before about, well, people, Angry's argument for the defenders here who can't make their own argument. It's like, well, they'll, what exactly was it? That, hold on. Oh yeah, like that. Oh, if I'm gonna get my rights back, so I'll do a scam. Like, even though that isn't falling in line with what we would expect, that goes directly in line with the fact that the system itself is being spun out the other way. Morgoth's Hammer said, indeed, P-Hub content isn't technically speech. The sounds are enjoyable. That's why I said free expression. Free expression. Thank you again, Boggs. Very, very much appreciated. We got Claudia Pawthorne. All right. I like the name. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Alcohol is a drug. Prescriptions are drugs. Indeed. We love them. We love them all. We also got Glow and Dark. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party said like the stream. Yes, guys, it is free. It is easy. If you're on vertical, just double tap. And if you're on vertical, but you want to be on landscape, remember the link is in the description to come on through. Dick said that's why there are criminal gangs that purposely come to Democrat cities and counties and states to commit theft because they research and there will be no punishment. And people like Kamala Harris are putting this information out there, making it easier for people like that to find that information and what the laws are, what the punishments are, all that kind of stuff. All that kind of stuff. Drugs are chemical. Bleach is more toxic than 99% of all drugs. Ban bleach! They're coming for the bleach! Is that cat conservative? If you're talking about the dog, Morty, no, he is based as fuck. But welcome, welcome, welcome. Let's see, what else we got? Jay said that's because if you rehabilitate a criminal, then it's less likely that they'll come back, and that means less money for the private industrial prison complex. Very true. Very true. Lots of competing interests and incentives, shall we say. Chronic said prison has always been mostly a punishment. Inmates are given zero respect ever, and they literally fight to survive every day. And I think there are better ways to do it, but at the end of the day, it's not meant to be. It's meant to be exactly. It's mostly a punishment. It is mostly we need to remove you from society. Back when I was, studying psychology, but also philosophy a lot more, and the loser Sam Harris, when he used to be not a loser and somewhat intelligent, then he would talk about even PDFs. And it's like, even in a world where we don't want anybody to be punished any further than they need to be, and it's just about rehabilitation, you still have to remove people who are committing crimes out of society. Even if you're not like, how dare you? Oh my God, we need to punish. Even if that's not your perspective, they still need to be removed from society. And I think that if that is where we start, that they need to be removed from society as opposed to they need to be punished. I'm not saying we don't punish them. I'm saying the primary goal should be the safety of everybody else. Right? Right. Ban it all. Ban it all. All right. Let's dive back in.
Should have been doing all along. So we're gonna each of y'all is gonna get 5 minutes to just go out.
All that time we were pausing and nothing, no buffering.
it like that. And I'm going to leave the captains for last. So that means I'm going to put you on the spot. Sorry to do it to you, Ancom, Game Boy. Step up to the plate. I got 5 minutes on the clock for the two of y'all as well.
All right, so we got the guy who has like a Kanye picture, whatever the fuck this is, and the guy down here.
Kind of pick up.
We are all oxygen on stolen land. Dilly a fucking Dilly. Let's go.
Where they left off, take it your own direction, do whatever you want, but get after it.
So,
Ask him about peanut butter and jelly. I'm just kidding. Don't.
I'm waiting for him to talk. I'm letting him control it.
You're the F. It's on you.
Again. Oh, you go first. That's not how this works. How can he defend something that you haven't presented yet?
You to be making the case for this.
We can be like a high school relationship. No, you start first, Ancom.
I mean, the whole reason I'm here is to refute your assertions. So,
but it seems like you're making a lot of assertions in the process.
Sure. And
such as.
Oh, I thought they were quiet. I was like, oh damn.
I don't know. Like the assertion that you disagree with me would assume, hey, Schedule 1 people maybe should own guns. Now that seems like an affirmative. Nope.
That's not how this works. Nobody on the negative side is saying, well, if you're using drugs, you should definitely go get a gun. That's not what this conversation is. It is a complete misunderstanding of what we are doing here. A complete misunderstanding. You three are here to present an argument as to why we should bar Schedule 1 drug users from owning firearms. From there, that can be refuted. But you have to make the argument first.
Affirmative.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going with the game here. Come on, man.
What game? I'm just trying to start conversation.
You're trying to
dodge the whole debate.
Beat me
Shift
into
the burden.
Shit that I'm not gonna get baited into.
Yeah, he's trying to make you, you meaning the negatives, the guy on bottom here. He's trying to make him put an affirmative so that the guy on top can be on the defense. That's not how this works. And I think if they understood the structure a little better, they would have fought a little bit more for a clearer prompt. Because again, as we've been talking about this whole time, it's so broad. It's so broad that how do you determine that principle, that standard, that threshold, whatever you want to call it? How do you establish that with so many different things?
You can.
Why do you think we should take away guns from people who have used Schedule 1 drugs?
Okay.
Welcome to the conversation.
Okay.
Right, I'm pretty sure the person.
Drugs?
Sorry, go ahead.
Do you think there are certain Schedule 1 drugs, like you were saying earlier, that we should make like a special, like, okay, here are certain drugs Ancom just does not like. Ancom.
No, I think we should.
Okay.
I think we should be. I think we should be determining whether or not someone loses their Second Amendment right to keep and bear arms based on their likelihood, their or demonstrated likelihood of using that right to harm others or themselves.
I mean, hey, I'm good with all the fatigues being in Australia. Okay, I'm fine with that.
Which is what things like red flag laws already do. So my counter assertion is that you have not made a sufficient case to say that use of Schedule 1 drugs, which includes everything from pot to LSD to psilocybin to peyote to heroin to methamphetamine, this incredibly broad and diverse group
but
of
isn't that your argument?
There you go. Call it out how it needs to be called out. Be like, you're not doing shit. I'm fucking bored because you're not presenting anything for me. Shout out to David. Welcome. said, I have a family that were prison guards, and they said the inmates had more rights and protections than the guards. That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense because the prisoners are going to be under the care of whatever the company, the state, whatever it is. And there's a lot more of them, and there's a lot more trust that's put into the position, not the individual, but the position of the prison guard. And thus, it's going to be more strict because you have to maintain what you, what you do, how you behave, and so on and so forth. Excuse me. This alcohol, maybe we should ban from ever owning guns. But yeah, that makes sense. Almost said I'd be the only one on the panel trying to buy drugs. Not if I was there. Not if I was there. There you go. There you go. Yep, the death blow. That should have been so far long ago. Big Daddy said the NCIC ends up with false hits already that delays purchases. Let's see, NCIC. I'm sure you guys all know, and I don't. NCIC. What's the fucking name? What does it stand for? The National Crime Information Center is a centralized, nationwide computerized database operated by the FBI since 1967, acts as an investigative tool for law enforcement, allowing immediate access to information on missing persons, wanted criminals, stolen property, and criminal histories. So how, can you say more on this? It ends up with false hits already that delay purchases. Is this part of the, like, when you get your background check? Is this one of the databases that they're going through? Is that what we're saying? Oh Jesus, how did we get here? Oh man, I don't want any part of it. Yeah, I'm just not familiar. So if you guys want to give me a little more context on what that is, then go for it.
Psilocybin to peyote to heroin to methamphetamine. This incredibly broad and diverse group
but that
substances.
Isn't that your argument? Then are there certain drugs within that you think big no here? There should be a drug test or something like that, and he shouldn't own a gun if he's doing like crack cocaine on the side of the street.
Crack cocaine is not a Schedule 1 drug.
I think it should be based on.
They missed it again. First he brought up meth. Now he's bringing up crack. Those are not Schedule 1 drugs. Those are Schedule 2.
Doing like crack cocaine on the side of the street.
I think.
Oh my God.
I think it should be based on their demonstrated likelihood of violence that may be correlated with their usage of a drug, but the use
correlation is what? Finish it in the chat, guys. Correlation is not what we need to hear. Shout out to No Name. Welcome. So I think people have the right to smoke weed and keep a gun. These people are crazy. Shall not be infringed. Dilly. Correlation is not causation or causality. Exactly. So when they do a background check and it pops up with some discrepancy, they have to check it, and you have to wait to pick up your firearm. Pay today and get your firearm 7 days from then. Well, that's inconvenient. What if I need to? Well, I was gonna. That sounds a little TOS-y, but what if I need to do something now? Liberty, I'm gonna assume you're talking to somebody else because I don't know exactly what you mean, but catch me up. White Buffalo said it's going back on the California ballot that cannabis will not forfeit your right to a firearm. So have another vote soon. I mean, if there's one thing that California has been good for, at least in my lifetime, it's been weed. So, Big Daddy's right. Okay, in states like Alabama, where registering and such isn't required, the Fed requires NCIC, an NCIC inquiry for all non-private gun sales. If the FBI has some entry on you, then you have to appeal. shall not be infringed. So the drug gun laws derive from the town drunk, literally. Yep. And yeah, that's what we were saying before, right? All right. I have him back in here.
Is on their demonstrated likelihood of violence that may be correlated with their usage of a drug, but the usage of a drug is not in and of itself diagnostic of that violence.
How would you
I don't know. That's just good timing.
Describe, like, oh, he's likely to be violent. He's a little violent boy. Skin color? Like, what are we going off of?
Behavior. Like we would for anything.
Okay, how are we supposed to... Okay, what's his...
Wait, okay, what's going on here? So I Google, you said if you Google ATF gay bar, yeah, guess who? Okay. There's stuff. The AI review based on a search query appears that you may be referring to the 2009 raid on Rainbow Lounge, a Fort Worth gay bar, which involved Texas Alcoholic Beverage Commission, the TABC agents rather than ATF, sparking national controversy over police tactics. This is what we're talking about. I don't know nothing about this. So what am I? What am I? What are we doing? Below that, right? What is a dark room at a gay bar? I kind of feel like I know what that one is. Which one specifically? Which one specifically? Awareness campaign to turn the ATF into gay bars on Google. Okay. This? I don't know what you're talking about, homie. All right, give me some more information. We'll find it. I'll pull it up. All right, where are we at? Oh, that was it? Oh, wait, was that? What the fuck? Okay, so what are we looking at here? I don't get it. That's going to be copyright. Okay, well, if you guys have something to do with that, then go have fun. I don't really know what that is. So we're going to dive back in here. Guys, we are just past the 2.5 hour mark. If you would like to keep the party raging, guys, you know how to do it. I know, right? I know, right? I try to keep that clean, but you know, it is what it is. As long as I'm live while I search it, then at least if it ever comes back looking weird, like, look, this was the context. This was the context. So yes, guys, we are past the 2.5 hour mark. If you would like to keep the party raging, you know how to do it.
Like we would for anything.
Okay, how are we supposed to... Okay, what's history behavior? How are we gonna... I'm buying a gun.
Have they shown a propensity for that sort of violence in the past? Because that is all we can use for this kind
of... Come on, go. All right. Well, Big Daddy said you can shove your wife.
The thing.
DV, you can shove your wife. She calls the police. You get arrested. You'll have a DV incident in your NCIC. Then you'll have trouble buying firearms. DV is a loose term in some states. Yeah, like she just calls. He's being mean. Well, we came out, so we got to arrest you. Sorry.
That sort of violence in the past, because that is all we can use for this kind of thing. We're not fucking Minority Report precogs. We can't just predict crime before it happens. We literally have to base it on what have they done in the past and use that to determine what they are likely to do in the future.
Oh, sorry. I dropped my phone on my foot.
Ow, that hurt.
Stupid.
No, what were you saying?
We're all ATF gamers on stolen land. There you go. Dilly. I don't. What in the fuck are y'all talking about? To obtain a jersey, concealed carry person must be 21. Apply online via the NJ State Police portal. Complete approval training. Yep. Permit costs roughly $200. Is valid for 2 years. Requires 4 references. God damn. I'm just waiting until I move. I'm just gonna wait till I move.
No. What were you saying?
What? You heard what I said.
What? No, you were going on and saying, okay, we need to look at a history of action and we need to do background checks. And I was just letting you.
I said, look at a history of behavior. I said, look at a history of behavior.
Background.
Do they have convictions of violence? Do they have demonstrated risks of violence?
Be a part of that.
I think that drug tests could be a part. I do not think that they should be a primary or sole or even primary determining factor.
No one said soul. Where are you getting soul from? Jeez.
That's the fucking prompt.
The prompt.
Do you think...
I'm getting soul from the fucking prompt.
No, but it's not the sole reason that we're gonna. It's not the sole thing we're gonna look at. Like
it literally says Schedule 1 drug user.
This is what Confluence would call being prompt cucked. Prompt cucked. You already lost the debate because it's a stupid thing to argue for. It's a stupid thing to argue for, which is why you're having so much trouble arguing for it.
Shouldn't be able to have firearms. That is a sole...
I didn't say...
Come on, baby.
The sole background check that we should do before something. I'm saying, should drug tests be added on your background check of a person and saying, should they be ready to own a gun?
I'm fairly certain in a lot of places it already is.
And if it did, then what does it have to do with your argument following the prompt?
History of drug convictions certainly are.
Yes. Different than having used, which we still have not defined.
All right.
Okay, that's what I was trying to get out of. I was asking.
All right, Game Boy. So we got 5 minutes going on the clock now. Leafy and Vigilante. Y'all have already seen the other 2 sets go after it. You know the drill.
I think I'm pretty sure that it's, well, this is definitely Leafy, and I think it's this guy up here.
What you coming at with, bro?
Yeah, so I mean, this is what we were trying to say. Like, we just continue what we already do with if you're in possession or on drugs and have a gun in your possession, you're going to jail. And then also,
another non sequitur.
We should just do drug tests at the time of buying a gun. This is how.
Okay, and so what if I'm a drug user and I'm not high when I take the test?
Those should be the mechanisms of enforcement on preventing people who are on drugs from.
We're not talking about people being on drugs. We're not talking about people being on drugs. We're talking about people who are users of drugs. I don't know if you know. Clearly, you don't know jack shit about using drugs because you don't understand the difference between being on drugs and using drugs.
Getting a gun.
So you're saying that if an individual is caught with drugs...
I'll be disappointed in Leafy if he doesn't use the alcohol example here. Like, it's so simple that what they're not the affirmatives are not understanding. Like, we both agree, Lethe should say. Should we both agree that if you are drunk, you should not drive, right? We both agree with that. Yeah, okay. But you're not saying that because you drank last week, you shouldn't be allowed to drive today, right? No, I'm not saying that. Okay. That's what we're saying for drugs. Why is it different? It is your responsibility to show that while I believe that just because you had a drink last week doesn't mean you should be barred from owning a car, that is a different thing than being a Schedule 1 drug user and owning firearms, because that is what your job here is. And you are not doing that. Yeah, right? A lot of people shouldn't drive sober. They really, like I said that we need to raise the age to everything, driving, age of all of that to 25. But still, like, did any of you fail your driver's test? Some people should fail, right? Maybe we just happen to be a better drivers, representing than the whole country. But only the most retarded people have that I knew of ever failed their driving test. Way too easy. And then you just never have to take it again? Maybe 10, 15 years is a good period of time. Big Daddy said, it sounds so good. DV perps are violent. Let's protect women. But the government and women can weaponize it against your weapon. Some danger with this debate subject. Which is why I'm very happy that there doesn't seem to be any legitimate argument for it. Exactly what you said. It sounds good, but you know, couldn't hurt. There is well, I would say scientific, but it is peer-reviewed information that your state of mind when you are learning something, like this came up in the context of when I was in college. They talk about, if you're going to study drunk, go take the test drunk. If you're going to study high, go take the test high. If you're on Adderall, you want to be in the same state. If you can listen to music, put on, a playlist or a song, whatever, you listen to the same thing. So there is something to that. There is something to that you definitely shouldn't drive drunk. But if you are, these are the things that are going to be different, and so on and so on and so on. I don't hate it. I don't hate it. Oh my goodness. Shout out to Box. Again, carrying the stream. I think that makes you the new sponsor. Watch, not going to take it from my hand. Yummy. There we go. Let's see. We had 10. We had 12. So $12. We got a 5 and a 5. Oh, $2 away. But either way, thank you. So very, very much. Box says, I do not agree. I think we need drunk driving training. If you got the permit, fine. It should be a class on your license, meaning what? That you could get a special license where you're allowed to drive drunk? I'm going to put that to a poll. So, this is what I mean. Should we do what Box is saying? So, yeah, that you can take a drunk driving test. And you have to be, above a 0.8, a 0.08 or whatever. If you pass that test, then you're allowed to drink up to that level. Hit the poll. I like it.
So you're saying that if an individual is caught with drugs and has a gun, then they're going to be barred from gun ownership?
Yes.
So if you have weed in your car in California and you have a gun, you're telling me that you are going to be barred from gun ownership with a straight face?
Yeah, I gained something from that psychology degree,
I mean, obviously, I'm of the opinion that weed shouldn't be.
Yep, go ahead, say it.
Be considered a Schedule I drug,
but it is, though. That's the only Schedule I drug that you've brought up this entire time. You were talking about meth. You were talking about crystal. You were talking about. I think they did bring up PCP, or maybe that was me. Did I bring up? I don't think that it's the first time they're actually bringing up a Schedule I drug besides marijuana.
With a straight face.
Wait, I just want to hear that one more.
Gun ownership. So you're saying that if an individual is caught with drugs and has a gun, then they're going to be barred from gun ownership?
Yes.
What? Oh, hell no.
Bruh. Why? Just okay, why? This is exactly where you want to learn that ability to kind of take a step back. That was icky. I agree. You're taking a step back and realizing, fuck, I just lost it. What was I going to say? Hold on.
And they're going to be barred from gun ownership?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. So instead of being, bro, that's fucking stupid. I can't believe you just said that. calmly be like, okay, why would we do that? That is how you trap people. Because yeah, you can take you can take the audience with me. Oh, you see this fucking retard thinks that if you have a little bit of weed, you can do that. That'll definitely help you win the debate. But if you want to win the debate and also be in as good faith as you can, no, David, we cannot. Well, William Randolph Hearst. That's why they were making newspapers out of hemp, and he didn't like it, so he rallied and caused reefer madness. And that's why. But yeah, being able to be like, very interesting. Why then do you say that? Well, let's see if Lethe does that.
They're going to be barred from gun ownership?
Yes.
Come on. Dramatic pause.
So if you have weed in your car in California and you have a gun, you're telling me that you are going to be barred from gun ownership with a straight face.
I mean, obviously, I'm of the opinion that weed shouldn't be considered a Schedule 1 drug.
But it is.
But it is currently. There's still, even the current president, as fucking shitty as he is, wants to make weed no longer a Schedule 1 drug. So
just take the win. Why do you? He's so bad. He's so bad. So, White Buffalo. So, cannabis is now federally a Schedule 3 drug. I heard that was in the works, but I wasn't sure. So, I said, what's the latest on the scheduling of cannabis in the U.S.? The current 2026 reality of scheduling in the U.S. Cannabis is still officially a Schedule 1 drug under the Controlled Substances Act. Boom, 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 boom. So we have May 2024, 2025. Where we stand is of early 2026. So unless this is coming down like right now, let's do a Google. On December 18th, President Trump signed an executive order directing the U.S. DOJ to take all necessary steps to complete the rulemaking process related to rescheduling marijuana to Schedule 3. This action, blah, 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 blah. Here's the current situation. It is not federally legalized. Okay, but... yeah, so it looks like they're in the process, but it's not there yet. So like the executive order has been signed. Where'd it go? Yeah, Trump signed, take all necessary steps, blah 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 blah. But we're not there yet. We're not there yet. So it's gonna take a little bit of time, but we are moving in that direction. Nick said, should we have drunk firearm owners class on the license? Yeah, right. How far does that go? 67% of you said no. Box, you bugging. When pot was made illegal, people really hated it. When crack came out, people really loved it. It's almost like drugs are fun. Sorry, but drugs are fun. Yeah, same. I think once Morty passes, then I'm gonna go back to, well, not back to, but I'm gonna become, one of those regulars at a small local place that's near me. Just because I don't really get out, and I'm not super sociable. I'm 36 now. I'm not trying to go to clubs and party and like that. But just kind of hang out and just be around other people. Whatever. Still got to drive home though. Well, maybe I find a place that's close enough to walk. All right, let's finish this up. So we are only halfway through, guys. Definitely a step in the right direction. If you would like to finish the whole thing, I am down, but we got to keep the party raging.
But that doesn't help your argument here.
Look, it's still unlikely to continue to be a Schedule 1 drug for very long. Because even Donald Trump wants to...
Okay. Do you have a future a crystal ball? How do you know this isn't going to fail? Because of our terrible president. Right now, you are saying that he asked you explicitly, if you have marijuana in California, should you be barred? And you said yes. So what does that even have to do with anything? You already said, regardless of what schedule it is, that yes.
Get rid of it being a Schedule 1 drug.
And he has not yet managed to accomplish that while you were trying to ban guns from over 30% of the population.
I mean, that doesn't mean... So, like, in doing this, like, it doesn't mean that it wouldn't necessarily be a way for people to get their right to own a gun back. I mean, even now, under the system that we have, where if you're convicted of a drug-related crime, you can still get that felony expunged, and you'll be able to own a gun again.
That's still not a foundation for anything being barred in the first place. Shout out to now our new sponsor of the stream. Thank you. So, very, very much, sir. Big shout out to Boss. Everybody put W Box in the chat. Making a fantastic point. So if I'm sitting here 10 beers in and someone breaks in my door and it's not the cops, what am I to do? Not use my gun? Because beer? Stupid. Sounds pretty dumb to me when you put it like that. Right? And so yep, and there you go. Going back to exactly what we're saying. Train how you live. And so then when we zoom out and we understand that alcohol is likely to make people angry and shit like that. Now change 10 beers to 10 hits of a bowl or 10 whatever. What is the argument that they are making? Nothing. Let me say, I think it's important to remember it's not guns that are taken away. It's also your ability to defend yourself. Bingo. That's a crazy thing to take away from somebody, especially after they survive prison. Another good point. Yeah, imagine you do 20 years in jail, get out, and then get shot by a burglar. Solid points, guys. I like it. Every time. Come on, baby. We're doing good.
Still get that felony expunged, and you'll be able to own a gun again.
Yeah, if you're a felon, that's what's going to happen. And if you're a felon, I'm going to say it's going to be more than just the drugs themselves. It was a different kind of crime that got you the felony status than just doing the drug in the first place. So what we've been dealing with this entire conversation is people that are committing or more predisposed to committing certain crimes or violent acts. Then you add the component of drugs to it. I'm going to need to see the correlation causation of these two things coming together to make it viable to amend the Second Amendment to say people should not have guns if they're doing these drugs.
Hold on, because I'm pretty sure so we already have rules around this where like, if you're in possession of drugs while you're in possession of a gun, I'm pretty sure that's already a felony.
Right. What does that have to do with being a user that doesn't have any drugs on them?
I'm going to need you to tell me, because I know here in California, people have been caught with marijuana in their car, which is a Schedule 1 substance, with a gun. They can still own a gun. They never got a felony to remove their ability to own the firearm.
It might not be a felony in California, but it is a felony in quite a few states, including Texas.
Well, Texas sucks. I mean, as much as I hate guns, Texas is definitely the anathema to all people that love their rights. I'm not even going to argue against that.
I mean, look. So, like, when we talk about like the rules that are
all right, sorry guys, we got that banner updated. We are over the halfway mark. 7 out of 15 donos. It does not matter how much they are. 99 cents counts, and we are 42 out of $75, guys. It's been a minute since I've done some push-ups, and I am getting puny. Let's get Morty his extra special treat and make me do those push-ups that I definitely don't want to do. Shout out to the speaker of purity. Welcome to the party. Doing pretty well. We are breaking down this 3-on-3 debate. Schedule 1 drug users should be barred from owning firearms, and the affirmatives are not really doing such a good job. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Do we got W's for Box in the chat, or what are we doing here?
I mean, look. So, like, when we talk about like the rules that are already on the book, like this is already a rule in the book. This is also a rule in the book that's not very heavily enforced. We can look at Hunter Biden, for example, where he was caught with a gun and got the gun charge for it, and that gun charge proceeded to be dropped.
Well, he already committed a crime in falsifying his gun permit. So the crime was already pre-existing. It had nothing to do with the drugs itself.
They're just finding a bunch of different situations where there's illegal activity and also drugs. What is the standard? And I mean, Lethe is clearly the most willing to kind of go to bat and step up. That ANCAP guy in the corner here, he just had a really good moment. But they're all just kind of like waiting. Like, destroy these motherfuckers!
Part of the charges were not just the permit, it was also the possession of a gun while in possession of drugs. That was part of the gun charge.
Mm-hmm.
Because it was illegal.
So again, the possession of illegal drugs is already in and of itself a crime. What does that have to do with being a Schedule I drug user, justifying you being barred from owning all firearms?
Because in most states, it's already illegal to be in possession of a gun while you're also in possession of drugs or on drugs. Like, this is already the norm.
And then?
So, as far as I understand, it was making false statements, false records, and illegal possession of a firearm due to those documents being fraudulent, not for drugs.
Even if it was, you're still not making a connection between being a user and the firearms. You're drawing a connection between possessing the drugs and the firearms. That is a different conversation.
What state was he arrested in? Or no, these were federal charges.
Right.
Yeah, these were.
Which, to my understanding, the charge was dismissed, but that was following a pardon. But we're talking about this person getting convicted of committing fraud. So him being on the drugs,
he does sound like Anthony Robbins,
wouldn't have been an issue had he not committed fraud while filling out the permit.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and jump in there. That seems like a great landing place. So that was awesome, and I'm actually going to stick with that for the 1v1s, is doing those little 5-minute 1v1s, or for the 3v3s. I'm doing little 1v1s like that.
And we would be done, guys, but again, please put W Box in the chat for keeping the party raging. And again, guys, $6 more. 6 little 99-cent super chats between all of you would hit the goal. Just saying.
But I am still going to go through with the questions. Now, I'm going to go ahead and give my judges a little bit of a break and say that because there was a lot picked out, if you guys don't have a question for each person, that's fine. I actually do. So that said, I'm going to start, and then I'll ask each of you guys if you have a question for each person. We're going to go through one after another in the order that people spoke.
Well, you know, Jersey, the Garden State, we have farms everywhere.
So, that said, we're going to start with Socrates, sir. My question to you, we all know the story of how Nixon used drugs to target certain groups. So my question to you is, if you agree with the prompt, how do you reconcile the prompt with the idea that the scheduling of drugs could be weaponized against certain groups and even
minorities?
Yeah, that's a great question. This speaks to the conversation in the previous round. We're talking about the scheduling of marijuana specifically. I actually will accept that there could be some issues with the drug scheduling as it stands, that it doesn't perfectly represent the actual relative harm of different drugs, one versus another. I think it's likely that something like weed will probably be moved off of Schedule 1 pretty soon, given that we've gone from it not being that kind of popular to being legalized everywhere, to 2 presidents in a row saying...
Right. So think about if they had brought that up in their opening, any of them, been like, in general, yes, Schedule 1 is a very weird category. And we already see that marijuana, the least harmful of all of them, is likely to be moved. So, based on that, that's where I'm going to start my argument. I still think that's a losing position. But now you're not contending with weed smokers as if that's a dangerous group. You are forced to bring it to the dealers because you know it's just not that big of a deal.
Signaling to their bases that they want to get rid of it. So I think it will be moved off. In the meantime, somebody who is engaging in black market dealings, even if it's illegal for kind of silly reasons, they're still engaging with criminals, doing criminal activity. They're still getting closer to that world where there's a higher likelihood of violence.
So getting close to a place where maybe possibly there's violence is the threshold.
So right. I think it should be moved off, but you still run into issues, even if...
Didn't answer the question at all. The question was about using the scheduling to hurt minorities. And he said, I think it should be moved.
What? If it's for a silly reason.
All right. Tyler, do you have a question for Socrates? All right, go ahead and hit him.
Yep.
All right, judges coming in. So we got average debate enjoyer Tyler.
It goes back to the prompt. This is something that you got into in your back and forth a little bit too. I just didn't get a clear enough defined answer. When you say users, give me a definition of what you mean. Do you mean some high school kid that stumbles into a party?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. How are we not defining terms at the beginning of a debate? What is a drug user? That should be step number 1.
And does a line of coke.
Yeah, actually, let's back up.
Definition of what you mean. Do you mean some high school kid that stumbles into a party and does a line of coke for the first time? Or is this chronic users? How do you define this?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of...
Shame on all 3 of the ones on the bottom for not asking that question.
Very little bit drug to drug. Kind of casual social...
It's going to be a little bit different drug to drug, so maybe the scheduling of the drug scheduling is not a good threshold to use.
Weed user might be pretty different than, somebody who's using meth or somebody who's using crack.
Meth and crack are scheduled too!
Or somebody who's using like opium or heroin. It's a little bit, more common for somebody to use it, not very much. I've talked to somebody before who told me never ever try heroin because it's that good. Once can be enough.
That could be true. I've only ever snorted it a couple times, and I didn't. Obviously it felt great, but I didn't like it. I didn't like it. It was right after my best friend died, and I was already doing pills and stuff. But when you're doing the pills, like Oxy and stuff, there's a euphoria and there's a funness to it. Heroin is fucking dark, bro. You just it's dark, and the numbness is real, but it's not fun. It's not fun.
And so those people who maybe they didn't have any inclination toward any criminal activity, they get hooked, and then they start dealing because they need to keep getting that supply. And
so again, the next question needs to be, how do we make these determinations? Even if we are to say, okay, you did, we agree with you. How do we make the determination that person X is in fact a Schedule 1 drug user versus not a Schedule 1 drug user? Thank you for the Lucky Clover. Oh, wrong one. Thank you for the Lucky Clover. Still trying to figure out what the fuck these jewels do, but thank you.
And they start defending turf, and then they start using guns.
With the last couple of seconds here, so you're saying there's potentially some Schedule 1 drugs based off the criteria that you would say could even not bar somebody from not getting a gun, depending on the circumstances?
I think that the exact drug scheduling at the moment may not be the perfect world. We do have to go off of something.
Which is why you should have asked for the prompt to be changed.
And we also can improve those at the same time. So we can use it as it is, and we can improve it to make it even better.
All right. Doomer, do you have a question for Socrates?
Yeah. Do you think other kinds of rights or privileges should be excluded for people that use Schedule 1 drugs, like owning a car or something like that? Like, should these tests be applied to getting a driver's license?
So this is the exact same. This is coming from the other judge in the middle here. This is the exact same thing we were talking about with drunk driving. If I'm drunk right now, does that mean that I should be barred? That they should come and take my car? Even if you say yes, then how do you go about doing that? How would you know to come here and test me in enough time to see that I am in fact drunk? Maybe this is water. Maybe this is coffee. Right. Shout out to White Buffalo, said no such thing as leftover crack. Morty Mort! Where'd you go? Morty Mort! Yeah, come on, we're getting you fucking treats and shit. There we go. Thank you. So very, very much, sir. Oh, you know, you guys can tell. You guys can tell when it's the fireball versus not. But yeah, no such thing as leftover crack. No such thing as leftover dope. There's no such thing as leftover weed. That shit's expensive. That shit's good, and we ain't even as far as like, you know, I'm not like, I'm all right in terms of money, but you know, back in college when we were like scraping up little pieces to get a little dime bag or whatever, you'd fucking scrape out your bowl. You do that. There's no such thing as leftover drugs. I'm gonna give that another dilly. And you know what? I'm gonna put up another poll on the landscape side. Remember, guys, that's where all the good polls are, on the landscape side. Do you think? God damn it. Do you think the top row, that's the affirmative guys, have ever done drugs? What do you think? Do you think the top row, so we're talking about these guys arguing in favor of the prompt, do you think they've ever done drugs? I know what I think.
Drugs like owning a car or something like that. Like, should these tests be applied to like getting a driver's license?
I mean, I think it's plausible to do something like a drug test before a driving test, but certainly if you were driving a car and you were under the influence, then you would go to jail. So this does seem like very much in line with that.
Seems to be, David. Yeah, David was asking, why do non-violent felony convictions lose their gun rights? Does a commission of a felony show poor decision-making in general? Is that the logic? I think so. I think that's where they are coming from. Almost forgot to add you to the banner. Where are we at? White Buffalo said, that's like weed stays in your system for up to 30 days. How is that fairly judged? Yep. Because I mean, as far as I know, they don't have enough testing to be able to tell, like, how much within that 30 days. Like, yeah, if you just smoked yesterday, or today or whatever, it's going to show higher. But I don't know if they can be like, oh, it was 16 days ago or you know, any of those things. Yeah, how do you make it fair? How do you make it fair? They are all high on stolen land. So we are all high. And we got the super sticker from David with the big 5. Thank you. So very, very much. Morty's loving it. Oh, he's loving it. Oh, my goodness. Oh, you got a double there. There you go. Thank you. So very, very much. Let me add those both to the banner. Let's hear what they've got to say. Thank you so very, very much, guys.
Then you would go to jail. So this does seem like very much in line with that. It's like you can maybe, you know, you can walk around with a gun more discreetly than you could with a car, right? There's no way to kind of discreetly move your car around town without, you know, using it and driving it. So it's a little bit easier to get away with having a gun in your possession at a given moment than it would be driving under the influence. It might be harder to get caught, but I do think that there is a parallel there, and they both can be very dangerous.
Okay. Now we're going to go.
Thank you, gentlemen. Again, that brings us up to 9 out of 15, guys. $6 more, 6 more donos, and we hit the goal.
Over to you, Lethe. So once again, I'll go first. in your I believe it was in your opening, you discussed the importance or relevance of violent tendencies over addictive.
Come on.
Tendencies. Those weren't the violent tendencies over addictive tendencies. Those weren't your exact words, but that was sort of what I took from it. So
doing so good.
You also simultaneously were talking about the inherent rights to gun ownership. So let me ask you, you stand against the idea of drug users being default barred from owning guns. Do you believe that domestic abusers should be barred? And to be clear, the reason I'm doing this is I'm just trying to test your consistency of...
What consistency? Is the consistency in the room with us. Well, no, I guess it's fair. They have been consistently bad at this.
You understand why I'm asking? Okay, good. So do you believe that violent abusers...
Come on, we were doing so good.
There should be barred from owning firearms.
Yeah.
What?
So do you believe that violent abusers should be barred from owning firearms?
Yeah, I agree with red flag laws in that instance. So if somebody has been convicted or has gone to court and it's been shown that this person has been violent, then giving them a firearm is probably a danger to themselves and others.
Okay. I forgot to click start on the time, but you did it quick, so appreciate that. Well, I'll look at you this time first. Doomer, do you have a question for Lethy this time?
Yeah, I think everyone kind of on both sides agreed that certain use, like currently, could affect ownership rights. Do you think that would be the specific bar? And if not, do you think if intoxication increases risk, should any restrictions exist if people are intoxicated?
Not from banning gun ownership. People shouldn't be driving when they're under the influence, the same as they shouldn't be handling firearms.
Right.
I can't think of any substance you could be under the influence of where it would be considered safe to be handling firearms.
And conversely, I don't think there's any substance that you could have been on before that justifies taking away your right to firearms. It's you have to be actively committing the quote unquote sin of doing both at the same time, just like with alcohol and driving.
Okay. And Tyler, do you have a question for Lethy?
Yeah, it's just a clarification question. I got to do a little bit of setup beforehand. All right, so Lethy, it sounds like you kind of weren't understanding 100% what Vidge was saying. At least you didn't answer the question how I wanted to hear, so I kind of wanted to re-ask it a little bit for you. What he's saying, essentially, my understanding is that we already have on federal forms, do you do drugs? And if you say yes to that, they won't issue you a drug permit, or they won't pass the federal background check. And if you say no and get caught lying, you can get arrested for that because we take it very seriously. And it's already illegal in most states to hold a gun while you're either on drugs or holding drugs. So do you understand what Vidge is saying? Is I'm not trying to do something extra constitutional here. All I'm trying to do is take a process that we already have and enhance the punishment.
I thought that was the video breaking, but that's just his mic there. So I think we'll back that up in a second. I'm not sure I fully caught that. I was just like, what the fuck is going on? But first, we got our boy White Buffalo with another big 5. Thank you. So, yeah, you know what to do. Thank you. So very, very much. White Buffalo said they give DUIs to weed smokers all the time without knowing when they smoked last. And I think this is a lot more common in states where it's not legal. But because I haven't really heard about that happening in my state, but I also don't really talk to people like that anymore. So we'll see. But yeah, they don't give a fuck. I think that is a positive, an incentive to get a more specific test, like a more accurate test. Because it's like, again, if I've smoked yesterday, what are we talking about? I'm good. Thank you again, White Buffalo.
What I'm trying to do is take a process that we already have and enhance the punishment.
No, I completely understand that aspect of it. If a person has done anything from having alcohol to have used a drug at some point, if they're no longer using that drug at the point in which they're filling out this application. So like in the case of Hunter Biden, like it was shown that he had the firearm while doing the drugs. The whole deal, he committed the felony in lying. He perjured himself. So that's the primary issue there. Had he just been doing the drugs, I don't think he would have caught a charge for it, but he also wouldn't have been allowed to own a firearm for the reasons of you've seen that this person is utilizing drugs while having the firearm and shown that they are a danger to themselves and others.
Okay. Good stuff. Now we're going to go ahead and go over to.
I'm interested to see, but regardless of how long we make it, I am very interested to see what the audience scores are, because a lot of from what I understand, there is a lot more left leaning people on this platform, on that platform. Maybe not like leftists, but a lot more left leaning people. So I can definitely see. I don't know. It's weird because they would have to be. You would think that being on the left, you'd be more pro. You can do drugs and do whatever you want, but they hate guns that much. Crazy.
Game Boy. Game Boy.
Corner again.
So same deal. I'll ask first.
Fuck, why me?
Because this is the order that everybody spoke. So Game Boy. I know that you consider yourself to be a libertarian. I know that as a libertarian,
all right, Liberty Plus, you still here? Let's lock in. We got one of yours. Let's see.
Personal liberties to be sacrosanct.
I can answer.
I know that you hold them to be sacred. Your inherent natural rights and such. So I would like for you to square the circle for me. How is it that personal liberties align with the deprivation of rights based on life choices that do not directly influence other people?
Okay, so like, I'm not a good libertarian. Like,
none of them are, buddy.
If the government has like licenses or regulations on them, I think we need to operate that system to its fullest extent. And I think that there should be certain like restrictions in how the government controls what it's able to do. And I don't think that, hey, just because I'm a libertarian, I believe in personal freedoms, that we should like misuse the systems we have in place. If the government has the right to regulate guns as it does right now, we should be able to regulate that in the way it should be regulated.
That is a bad libertarian if I ever seen one. David said if the prison time punishment is paying your debt to society, when the sentence is completed, why don't you get your gun and voting rights back? Yep, that's what people have been saying all night. And it looks like most of us agree that this is how it should work. That if you're paying your debt to society, your debt is paid. Done and done.
And because I think that there are certain negative consequences to having people who are strung on heroin on the side of the street, maybe if they walked into getting a gun and they're going to test negative for all the drug tests, I don't think they should have a gun, regardless of the personal freedoms they may be entitled to outside of in like pure anarchy.
Wait, whoa. Did you say a heroin addict who tests negatively for all drugs?
Heroin on the that there are certain negative consequences to having people who are strung on heroin on the side of the street, maybe.
Okay, you're strung out on heroin on the side of the street.
If they walked into getting a gun and so
you're strung out on the street and you walk in to get a gun.
Going to test negative for all the drug tests. I don't think they should.
Then how the fuck are you?
What?
Maybe I'm dumb. One more time. Strung out on heroin, side of the street. Maybe if they walk in to get a gun
and they're going to test negative for all the drug tests, I don't think they should have a gun.
How are you testing negative and also being strung out on heroin? Yet again, sounds like something someone would say who's never done drugs.
Of the personal freedoms they may be entitled to outside of in like pure anarchy or whatever you think I believe in.
All right.
Clearly not.
Back to you, Tyler, first. Do you have a question for Game Boy, sir?
No.
No? Doomer, do you have any questions for Game Boy?
I guess, yeah, it's just more of a reclarification question. What objective standard would you use or would the government use under your support to determine if someone is a user or not? And how?
So you mean the question that I said that was the entire basis. What is a user and how do we determine if an individual is meeting that threshold of a user? If I had watched it beforehand, I would tell you. I'm just that good.
Along with that affect ownership.
I think if you've had past convictions with Schedule 1 drugs, that is a very good indication. I think a basic background check of like, okay, what's a criminal record? Hey, have you been found with a possession? Or hey, if you're gonna get your license, or before you buy a gun, hey, can you do?
So again, doubling down on the notion that if you were caught with marijuana possession 10 years ago, you are barred from owning as I forgot, I apologize, from self-defense. You are barred from being able to defend yourself because you had an ounce of weed 10 years ago.
Come on, man.
Big Daddy said, my next door neighbor could be a complete junkie, and unless he's stealing from me or something like physically abusing his family, none of my business. Bingo. I said, shit, me too. I told you. I don't know. I was wondering that too, but hey, I'll take what I can get.
Hey, if you're gonna get your license, or before you buy a gun, hey, can you do a drug test real quickly? If we find you on
what? Just gonna do a drug test real quickly.
Found with a possession, or hey, if you're gonna get your license, or before you buy a gun, hey, can you do a drug test real quickly?
Yeah, so then I just won't do the drugs. Right, I just won't do the drugs for the 3 days before I go to buy the gun. So again, somebody who has no fucking clue what they're talking about. If it legitimately meant that you had to, like, if that was the standard, that you had to, oh, it's supposed to be a thumbs up. There we go. There we go. I took it that way, but, what did we just say? Oh yeah. So if you're establishing, if I know that you're going to give me a drug test, if I'm going to get a gun, I'm just going to stop smoking, or I'll do one of the fucking cleanses, or whatever. None of that is going to stop me from both doing Schedule 1 drugs and also getting a gun. That'll make no sense.
If we find you on any of these substances,
and what if you don't?
Hey, if you go in to get your license at one point and you have weed in your system, okay, you can't get your license, but that doesn't affect your future's place. And hey, if you want to,
it does if somebody breaks into your house.
If you're clean some other day and you piss in a cup and they don't find any weed, okay, you can get your license.
So what? How is that? What does that do? What does that do except give a pot-smoking gun enthusiasts a reason to take a tolerance break? What does that do? Absolutely fucking nothing. Absolutely fucking nothing. Oh my goodness. Again. Big Boxy boy. Thank you. Oh, I was put it the wrong way because we're married. Thank you so very, very much for the $5. Said felons can still own black powder firearms in most states, crossbows, etc. If it was all I had, give me the flintlock. Hey, I mean, it's all better than nothing, right? It's all better than nothing. But dang, why would someone need an M1 Abrams tank? None of my business. His rights don't depend on his need. Bingo. Well said. Dilly. To that. Nope, exactly. I mean, come on. Is it a lot of people in my area have to be drug tested to get a job, and they fail them constantly? I find that very confusing. People who don't typically, people who aren't in the world of drugs, maybe they don't even know that it's in your system that long. But I mean, I'm never taking a test that I know I'm not going to fail if I take it properly. So, whoopsies. All right. Let's finish this up. Thank you so very, very much, Box. And who was it? Box and White Buffalo. Thank you.
And you piss in a cup and they don't find any weed, okay, you can get your license. That seemed like overly complicated.
Okay.
Stuck. God damn it! I was counting. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, so making sure we're at 11. Did I back that one up? We are. Okay, we're good. We're good.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and move over to you now, Income. So, one of the things that you mentioned.
Box out sponsoring himself once again, guys. So 4 donos hits the goal at $20. It's the goal. Let's get this puny little bit. I mean, look at this. Look how. Let me open the vertical so you guys can actually see how fucking pathetic this is. This is fucking pathetic. What am I supposed to do with this? What am I supposed to do with this? I need your help, guys. I need your help. I'm puny and pathetic. Oh, God.
Was the fact that the vast majority of these Schedule 1 drugs, or drugs that are considered Schedule 1, do not lead to violent tendencies. And as such, that was part of the crux of your argument as to why it shouldn't be relevant on the gun ownership. My question to you, though, is do you agree that there can be firearm danger without violence? And if so,
firearm danger without violence. Okay. But yeah, actually, White Buffalo, if you're prescribed opiates, which a lot of people are, I'm prescribed benzos. There's no way to tell if you're banging heroin. Is it okay with a prescription? Certainly not in Jersey. But yeah, again, these are, no, I mean, those aren't Schedule 1, but as said before, the actual forms ask for those as well. But yeah, I mean, come on. Side quest, 5 minutes into the Forbes video. As the sponsor, we will indeed. 5 minutes into it.
See, we will hear argument this morning in case effect. There are different kinds of drugs with different kinds of effects, different kinds of duration. We have the illegal ambient user who shouldn't be using the sleeping drug but is.
Yeah, don't use Ambien for fun. It is not what you think it'll be.
We have a marijuana user that you say regular is defined by 2 or 3 or every other day, but how about the marijuana user who uses it only 1 day a week and not in their home where the gun is?
Wait, you want me to go from the beginning and play for 5 minutes, or start at 5 minutes and let it play for 5 minutes? Big Daddy said drug testing should be illegal. Equal treatment under the law. Alcohol, nicotine, Adderall, I mean, lots of good arguments and none from the affirmative.
Is it only 1 day a week and not in their home where the gun is? There was a definition and a situation with habitual alcoholic users that's different than this.
So 2 points. 1, with respect to the historical definition of habitual drunkards, and 2, with respect to why I think that 922G3 is more tailored and easier to justify than modern day regulations. Habitual drunkards as a category were defined certainly for civil commitment and vagrancy purposes. There were no individualized dangerousness findings. It was a sort of judgment made often by magistrates or justices of the peace as to whether someone's conduct was frequent and putting them in the status of a drunkard. So habitual didn't mean frequent or regular. The drunkard piece is what does the work, I think, in a lot of your questions with respect to the level of intoxication. Second, why I think it's not a problem that there is translation of that level of intoxication for habitual drunkards to illegal drug users here.
So in case the Supreme Court hears oral arguments in United States versus Hemani. I don't really know what that is, but I'm going to assume that it has to do with being intoxicated and having firearms.
I think 922G3 is a lot more tailored. There's no like founding era breathalyzers to tell you exactly how intoxicating things are. For 922G3, what's happening is you have, first of all, a restriction that is tailored and temporary and less restrictive because it is tailored to how often you're using it within your control.
Well, Ms.
Second,
on that, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I just want to, before we lose track of what Justice Sotomayor is talking about, one can ask whether the habitual drunkard statutes are sufficiently, how and why is sufficiently analogous. One could also ask, though, more basically, whether this defendant would qualify as a habitual user. And I want to explore that before we lose track of it.
Yeah, that's precisely what the argument should have been the entire time. Shout out to Smoking a Spaceman. Welcome. to the party. Why aren't I covering the news? Because I don't cover the news. This is not a news covering channel. So when somebody's having a conversation about Texas banning all smokable flower, then we'll cover that. Welcome to the party.
Habitual drunkard, the American Temperance Society back in the day said 8 shots of whiskey a day only made you an occasional drunkard.
Hey, yo!
We have to
Hey, yo!
remember the founding era if you want to invoke the founding era.
Yeah, but this is your side quest. I'm not covering this on my own.
To be a habitual drunkard, you had to do double that, okay? John Adams took a tankard of hard cider with his breakfast every day.
Damn!
James Madison reportedly drank a pint of whiskey every day.
Beast.
Thomas Jefferson said he wasn't much of a user of alcohol. He only had 3 or 4 glasses of wine a night. Okay? Are they all habitual drunkards who would be properly disarmed for life under your theory?
No, and again, I think this is something.
Okay, if they're not, then what do we know about Mr. Hamani? We know he uses marijuana a few times, about every other day. That's all we have in the record, right?
That's all we have. And I'm not
Okay,
troubled by
so we don't even know the quantity of how much he uses every other day. What if he took 1 gummy bear with a medical prescription in Colorado? Well, you may not even need a medical prescription. You don't even need that.
Nope,
But
you
let's
don't.
say he had one.
That's enough to take away his guns?
Help him sleep every other day. Disarm him for life?
Well, we're not. No, it's not disarm for life. And
Okay, so in the exact same way, what is the standard? What is the principle? What is the threshold?
here's what's going
Potentially.
on. Well,
Would that be enough under your theory? 1 gummy bear every other night with a medical prescription.
so I think you'd have a potential rehave problem, but I will accept the hypothetical. So let me just deal with.
I think
what's
the
an
answer is
unlawful
yes under the government's theory.
Yes, under our theory, but let me give you an explanation of 2 parts of this that are important. One, you asked about how do you tell who's an unlawful user? How is it more defined than a habitual drunkard? I think it's a lot clearer.
Is it? I mean,
yes.
the government
Is
has
it
not been able to define what a user is. I mean, it is said at various points that it's someone who's used any illegal drug in the past year, right? It said
Anybody who's used an illegal drug in the past year? So you're saying that if somebody took like just a Molly a year ago, they should be banned. Insane. Yep, there exactly. And that's that's the heart of it. Is that they don't care. They're working backwards from let's take the guns away and trying to fit in excuses and reasons to do so. Instead of presenting an argument that leads us to, well, we should do this, but we shouldn't, so they're bullshitting. Shout out to the tech. Welcome. There's way too many guns out there as it is. Just like the national debt, we're way too far gone. Yeah, I mean, you ain't getting a non-armed American populace. Like, what are we talking about? Professor brought up the Texas flower outlaw. Didn't hear anything about it. Yeah, me neither. Yeah, right? I mean, what's next? All right, so I'm going to drop this link in the chat for you guys if you want to see the entire thing. It is also listed in the free chat of the Discord, which is free because it's free to join. Make sure you come through. Big Daddy Pies. The standard is that the feminine proclivities to manage children in the home has escaped its proper environment and gotten into the public square to try to manage adults as if they're children. I mean, yeah, agreed. Lumlov said, what about the poor girls who get drugged by someone else nefariously? Are they now a habitual user? Exactly, guys. Exactly. That is why it is important to make sure that when we have these ideas, these prompts of, okay, Schedule 1 drug users should be barred from owning firearms. You have to first understand what that means. How is that going to reverberate throughout society before you can say yes or no? And clearly, they did not do that. So let's back this up a little bit to the question.
Tendencies. And as such...
Nothing like overly complicated.
Okay. All right. So we're going to go ahead and move over to you now, Income. So One of the things that you mentioned was the fact that the vast majority of these Schedule 1 drugs, or drugs that are considered Schedule 1, do not lead to violent tendencies. And as such,
Oh, guys, we are over the 3.5 hour mark. So that means I will be shutting down the vertical stream. If you are over on vertical, make sure you dive into the description to get the link over to the landscape stream where the party rages on. I'll give you 1 minute.
That was part of the crux of your argument as to why it shouldn't be relevant on the gun ownership. My question to you, though, is do you agree that there can be firearm danger without violence? And if so, how do we prevent the potential from accidental violence from a person under the influence, even if they have no intentions of executing that violence?
All right. I first want to clarify what you stated was my initial statement. I don't believe that the vast majority of Schedule 1 drugs have no likelihood of, creating violent tendencies. I think many of them do, but not all of them. And the number of them with reduced likelihood for that is sufficient to make the overall question too broad. As for, can you?
How would you be able to? How would?
So before they go there, we got our boy out sponsoring his goddamn self. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Thank you so very, very much. Morty's like, hell yeah, Thank you again, out sponsoring yourself. Box said, quote. Are you an unlawful user of or addicted to marijuana or any depressant, stimulant, narcotic drug, or any other controlled substance? Maybe? That's the question. And is this whether this is even a legitimate question is up for debate. To think that answering yes to this should be not only you can't get a gun right now, but you can never, ever is insane. Insane.
How would you be able to limit the potential dangers of gun ownership from people who are under the influence without barring drug users from owning firearms?
Gotcha. So, I mean, it's kind of the same as I think someone else mentioned, having a driver's license, driving a car while under the influence is also illegal, and we will revoke someone's license when we have demonstrated that they have done so. Now, a firearm is a little bit more what's the word I'm looking for? Intense, I guess, as far as, if someone under the influence uses it. But again, I think that it requires more than simply that they have used it. I think there needs to be at least some demonstration that their use of it has been irresponsible or in this way before we remove that right entirely.
There we go. White Buffalo, part of the landscapers now. We look so much better because usually, I'm hidden behind the chat. We go here. I love it. Welcome.
Or in this way before we remove that right entirely.
Okay. Doomer, you first. Do you have any questions for ANCOM?
Yeah, very true. Oh, did we pause again? Yeah, it's the addicted to part. It applies to caffeine and nicotine. Stimulant, narcotic. Yeah.
No.
Yeah. So if you got a mug that says "Don't talk to me before my coffee," no gun for you. Oh, but we don't count that. What is this? Cheers. I think you mean dilly dilly. Do I use that as an excuse to take a sip of alcohol? Maybe.
Oh, not at this time.
Okay. And Tyler, do you have any questions for ANCOM? All right, shoot.
I do. Okay, so I kind of want to piggyback the last thing that Socrates said in his answer to you. Your argument was that this group Schedule 1 is vast and broad, and a lot of these critiques are off of a handful of the most
I wouldn't say vast. There's like 6 of them, but broad, definitely.
Dangerous and most addictive drugs among them. Would you to accept that maybe in certain circumstances.
That's what it seems like. That's what it seems like. Again, I did put the link in the chat to watch the whole thing. It was about 2 hours, but it's also Box put it in the free chat of the Discord, and that link is pinned to the top of the chat. So make sure you join. And again, guys, remember, if you join before the end of the stream, then you get a free day pass to the after party. As soon as we are done here, we are headed over there. We don't have to worry about any TOS, and you are not stuck behind your keyboard. You're actually on screen with me and everybody else, whether you want to cam up or not. Dick Johnson said I have a poll. Yeah, I'm not gonna put that up there.
Because some of these drugs are so different and vast that maybe this gun restriction wouldn't apply to those people because they wouldn't be increasingly more violent. That you'd have to tie in that this particular drug makes you more violent, like meth or crack or the distribution of these things.
Those are scheduled too.
On the black market. And also that you can also reschedule the drugs too.
Yeah, I think if laws were made to show that systemic, not just one-off, but you have a history of using these drugs for specific substances were to if that were to be enacted, fine. I am primarily against the broadness of the prompt because there are other drugs that are not in Schedule 1. Cocaine has been brought up multiple times. That is a Schedule 2 drug.
So is every other drug that you guys have been talking about except LSD, PCP, and marijuana. Oh my God. Hey, we got a new disciple. Shout out to White Buffalo. Oh, I don't even got to do that because we are here now. We are here. Yeah. And that does, guys, that does count for the goal. But again, White Buffalo, thank you so much for signing up. Make sure you hit that pinned link, brother, because that'll get you into the Discord. And now that you are a member, you get full access, including that after party. I hope to see some of you in there. But we will see. I love how the fucking what are we doing? What are we doing? This is the worst. I thought Nightbot was bad. This is the worst bot ever. And it didn't even come into this one. Oh my God. Anyway. Oh, we got Box. Oh my goodness. Are we hitting the goal, guys? Let me do it. Wait. Where we at? So we are at 11 now. 13 out of 15. And that was 3 and 3. We'll call that 61, guys. We are close. Oh my goodness. Thank you so very, very much. Let's party on.
The broadness of the prompt because there are other drugs that are not in Schedule 1. Cocaine has been brought up multiple times. That is a Schedule 2 drug. Alcohol has been brought up multiple times. That's not on the drug schedule at all. So we need to do this on a substance by substance basis simply because the broad categorization of DEA scheduling doesn't give us a good rubric for likelihood of creating or enhancing harm.
Right. So yeah, the executive order has been signed. Apparently the DOJ is dragging their feet, but I would expect that relatively soon. Big Daddy said in 2016, the AMA declared gun violence a public health crisis. 2024, Surgeon General declared it a national health crisis. Gun violence doesn't always mean crime, by the way. Fair enough. And oh my goodness, Shelly too. Shelly signing up. Oh, wait. Let me go full smear. Wait. There we go. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, take a little. We're getting down to it. Thank you. So very, very much. Again, guys, make sure you hit that pinned link to get the maximum out of your membership. Thank you so very, very much. A big shout out to all of the disciples. I can't tell you how much I appreciate you guys. Thank you so very, very much. Let's ride on.
For likelihood of creating or enhancing harm.
All right. Vigilante, you're up next, sir. So you described the potential effects and negative impacts of drug use on the drug user that were of a concern to you regarding having the firearms. My question to you, though, and you specifically said in response to, I believe, ANCOM, what if a person's trip changed, right? That the person on LSD or psilocybin probably wasn't violent until suddenly they are, right? So would you not agree that you described that the symptoms and manifestations you described are very similar to a person experiencing a stroke as well? And as such, is it not just as likely, or at least somewhat likely, that every single one of us here could suddenly have some sort of a, what was the word you used? Psychological break, I think, or psychosis. That's it. Psychosis. Yeah, psychosis. You couldn't
look at what they is like. What the fuck?
Is it not possible that all of us could suddenly experience psychosis without the use of drugs or alcohol?
We definitely could.
I mean, yeah, anybody can experience psychosis. Psychosis is usually caused due to stress.
So then maybe there's a different threshold that we should use besides the schedule of the drug that you use.
But when we talk about like drugs and stuff, they increase the likelihood of psychosis because of the fact they inhibit the prefrontal cortex.
Okay, and I'm going to do what Tyler did earlier and kind of clarify the question based on your answer. So then, therefore, should we also ban stressful situations for gun owners? Or gun owners from having stressful jobs?
You know, like being a police officer.
I mean, that's not really enforceable, plus all jobs.
The worst thing that can happen on LSD is the best day of your fucking life. I'll say that again. The worst thing that can happen on LSD is the best day of your fucking life. I did not know who I was. I did not know what life was. I didn't know why I was here until I had the scariest, most terrifying trip. And then came back. And I definitely was not exactly the same. I was way better. That brain can be like, whoa. And remember, guys, drugs don't do anything that your brain can't already do.
Technically stressful, so then nobody would have guns. And the whole point of me being in favor of this is to not just straight up ban guns, but to limit who has access to them.
Okay. Tyler, do you have a question?
According to who? Based on what standard? Oh, so we're back to the beginning.
Question for Vigilante.
I think sometimes some people maybe shouldn't have drugs sometimes for some reasons. Brilliant. Fucking brilliant. Craig, over on Rummel said, what about psychosis? What about psychosis is due to stress? And we were to eliminate drugs because you can't have a gun when the stress level will go up. That seems to be where it's leading, right? That seems to be where it's leading. Reading Morning Glory Milking Farm on LSD, even by... Okay, I changed my mind. That might be too much of a bad trip for me. I don't know.
I do.
Go ahead.
I saw you making a couple of faces when Circa was talking. Maybe it was just my imagination, or maybe you were responding to what he was saying. But I kind of want to know your specific take on this. Not that Socrates is doing a bad job, but I feel like you're the team leader.
Not that Socrates is doing a bad job. Okay, Mr. Moderator, Tyler's being nice here. Oh yeah, I don't know. I gotta do that. I only got it here. Tyler's being nice, but okay.
Not that Socrates is doing a bad job, but I feel like you're the team leader. This is your prompt. You're obviously going to do the best because you're the most passionate about it. So I'd say right now you're kind of leading your team. So Circa's making the argument effectively that all these crime stats that all three of you actually have been used are invalid because of they're susceptible to potential biases. Not saying that they actually are, but they cannot be used because these potential biases in some degree could exist in this data. And then when Socrates pressed him about what can we use, he came with some vague stuff. My question for you is, why are the statistics you're presenting actually valid, if they even are? And if not, what would you say would be a better alternative to present?
All right, we'll go back on this because Lena, welcome, said I had a bad trip on acid and new partying was not for me. I wanted the straight and narrow path, and totally fair. Hold on, give me 1 second. Oh shit! I definitely didn't just hit my monitor with anything, which is why we're like that now. And like this is fair. This is fair. Not everybody is in the right headspace to deal with what it is at the time. And so, if you've had a bad experience, I wouldn't say go and do more. I do believe that there's a difference between tripping and partying. Like they can coexist, but the way that the story I always tell is there was a time when me and one friend, we were tripping at my house, and it was meant to be a low key, like intellectual thing. We're still having fun. We were watching like cartoon movies and stuff and whatever. But at one point, I'm over and I'm sitting like this, and my boy's like, "Yo, are you good? Yo, Lutch, are you good?" I look up. I'm like, "Yo, I'm working over here." Like, I'm a philosopher, bro. This is what we doing. And so the experience of having that bad trip and then coming out of it and realizing, oh, that wasn't anything real that could hurt me was so empowering to me. It was so empowering to realize that the scariest thing in my life was something that I could deal with. And if that's not you, that's totally fine. But I think try it. Try it. Worst thing that happens is you don't like it. Which again, I think is the best thing that can happen. But splitting hairs. Welcome. You don't know you don't like roller coasters until you've ridden a roller coaster. Exactly. And that is the exact analogy that I use. That roller coasters are scary, but they're meant to be scary. That's why you get on a roller coaster. That's why you take the drugs. How about restricting drug use for world leaders? Can we do that? I don't think so. I mean, I don't know if we would want to, depending on what actually does and doesn't get done with cocaine. I don't know if we would want to, but either way, I don't think so. I think they've got it on lock. All right, I'm gonna.
He would exist in this data, and then when biases are in the okay. But I feel like you're the team leader. This is your prompt. You're obviously going to do the best because you're the most passionate about it. So I'd say right now you're kind of leading your team. So Circa's making the argument effectively that all these crime stats that all three of you actually have been using are invalid because of they're susceptible to potential biases. Not saying that they actually are, but they cannot be used because these potential biases in some degree could exist in this data. And then
right, essentially everything they proposed is not a clear standard that we could use to enact the law.
When Socrates pressed him about what can we use, he came with some vague stuff. My question for you is, why are the statistics you're presenting actually valid, if they even are? And if not, what would you say would be a better alternative to present?
I hate his mic because it cuts off at the last second and it makes me feel like something's going wrong.
Yeah, I mean, so the statistics, the majority of the statistics that I was using were from the Department of Justice. So I mean, like all statistics have bias. Like throwing statistics out.
Why do you act? Oh, can you hear? Why do you act like you don't eat, bro? What are you doing? There's no food over there. What are you doing? He's just been eating the whole time. You guys have been generous as fuck tonight. And he's just, can I find something over here? Jesus Christ. Anyway.
So I mean, like all statistics have bias. Like throwing statistics out because they have bias, we would never have any valid statistics. So utilizing the statistics that we have from credible sources like the Department of Justice is important.
Source? Okay, but that doesn't address that doesn't address the principle itself. The principle itself is that you are trying to use the scheduling system, which you agree is a bad system, to take away fundamental rights. Why?
Doomer, do you have a question for Vigilante, sir?
Yeah.
We sure about that? We sure about that?
if you think the legality should be based on like use of scheduled drugs, like Schedule 1, and the president has the authority to change that just by basing like an order to the DEA to reassess it.
Yeah, but this only works for things that you have a frame of reference. Like I could tell you that I, would not like to eat shit because I've smelled what shit is like. So I can't tell you that I do or don't like something that I have absolutely no frame of reference for. Let me guess, you have never done acid or psychedelics.
Authority to change that just by basing like an order to the DEA to reassess it. Does that not change kind of how you view it if the president's able to kind of somewhat restrict people's gun rights based on like an arbitrary order?
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
just like because I feel like it. And this is I hate that this gives so much credence to what like the Andrew Wilsons of the world say. It's like, oh, you're just going based on vibes and like whatever I feel like. He's not wrong when it comes to these people.
That just calls to the arbitrariness of the scheduling system. We should have a more solid scheduling system.
Okay, so then maybe we shouldn't use that system that's not solid to take away people's fundamental rights.
Stupid. That I would say, I mean, the DEA would obviously have to be in charge of it, but there should be a more scientific way of how we schedule drugs, not just based off of people's opinions.
So close.
Okay. All right. Last but not least, Mr. Sirka. My question for you. You were talking about the fact that a person's usage of drugs should definitely not be the thing that bans them or bars them from owning or having firearms, keeping and bearing firearms. But you did actually discuss substance abuse disorders. Do you believe that somebody who has been diagnosed as having a substance abuse disorder,
I hope you're right, Box, but I don't think you are.
regardless of the scheduling of the drug or
Hear that again. One.
do you believe that somebody who has been diagnosed as having a substance abuse disorder,
somebody who has been diagnosed,
regardless of the scheduling of the drug or substance they abuse, do you believe that people who are substance abuse disordered should be barred from owning firearms?
My strange addiction, no guns for any of those people.
Okay,
Go.
two things. One, so the law separates drug use from mental illness, right? And I just want to make that clear before I answer. And the answer is yes. If someone has a substance use disorder, then we have some form of contemporaneous or a comparable, maybe, depending on how severe it is, judicial account to then go ahead and...
This is so naive. Puppet, 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 puppet. They're all fucking puppets.
Enact the
Actually, ooh, this reminded me of I specifically bookmarked this to show you guys, and I almost forgot.
Official account to then go ahead and enact the removal of the rights, like in the case of the domestic violence Supreme Court case.
Okay. Tyler, do you have a question for Sirka?
Yeah, this is a clarification.
Right, so we'll just wait for that. Boom, 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 boom. Put that in the Discord, and let's see what we got here.
So we have a potentially hilarious situation brewing with Tucker Carlson, who, by the way, I used to love, but that's beside the point. This is going to take a second to explain, so stay with me. So last night, Tucker Carlson says on Twitter that he expects a criminal referral from the Department of Justice in the coming days. And he said it's for speaking to people in Iran, which I'm allowed to do as a journalist. But there is speculation that it goes much deeper than that, okay? And I'm using the word speculation. Could be wrong. We're going to find out the truth in the coming days. But the speculation is that these conversations with people in Iran were actually conversations with people in the IRGC in the days leading up to the strikes on Iran. And if you remember, we struck Iran on February 28th, but Tucker Carlson met with Trump in the White House on February 23rd. What does that mean? That means that Trump would have known, if it's true, Trump would have known that he was talking with members of the IRGC when Tucker was there. And basically leading Tucker to believe that we weren't going to strike Iran, knowing that he would then text members of the IRGC, giving them a false sense of assurance that, oh, we're going to be fine. He's not going to strike us anytime soon, which potentially was one of the reasons why they felt comfortable meeting all at the same place at the same time on that fateful Saturday morning when we wiped out their entire high command.
I mean, from there, I guess, thanks, Tucker.
If this proves to be true, that is one of the funniest things I have ever seen in my life. And it would explain why Tucker Carlson is so angry about this whole situation.
Well, guys, I did put up a poll on my community tab reading, has your opinion of Tucker Carlson changed in the last 12 months? Yes, it's gone up. Yes, it's gone down. Or no, it's essentially the same. And we only got 2 votes. So go vote.
Because he got totally played. And he might very well be one of the reasons why the Supreme Leader is dead.
All right, so here's a big update on the Tucker Carlson
wait, let's see what this is.
Story about where he was being spied on by the CIA.
What do we got
And
here?
I know that all of us thought that
Oh, the
Tucker
doom
was the one being
scrolling!
played, but it is 100% within the realm of possibility now that we were the ones who were played by an attention-seeking narcissist who made the entire thing up and lied about it just for attention and for God knows what else. So I'm going to read what this White House reporter has to say about what White House officials have told him, but we can now say that either Tucker Carlson is lying, this guy is lying, or people are feeding this reporter bad information. I don't know. I guess we're going to have to wait and see. So this White House reporter from Axios says the online chatter about Tucker looked like quite the story, that he was being spied on by the CIA. And then knowing that, Trump treated him like a useful idiot by feeding him disinformation about that fooled the Iranians about the February 28th attack. But top admin officials say that it's BS. Specifically, I'm told there's no CIA investigation of Carlson. And in his meeting, the two politely disagreed. Trump, stood his ground and said that Iran was in fact a threat. Now, I'm going to get into what a different White House reporter said that actually reports the opposite of what this guy is saying. But I just have to say from the get-go that if Tucker did lie about this, then obviously his fanatics who still love him are going to stick with him no matter what.
Yep.
However, I think this proves the fact that this went so viral, it got over 22 million impressions in less than 24 hours. The fact that it went so viral proves that all of us still at least kind of held Tucker Carlson to some sort of journalistic standard. To where
and the last stream was when he was on Piers Morgan, and I expected to go way different. I was like, whoa, who is this guy?
That if he makes a massive claim like that in a 15-minute video on a Saturday night claiming that he is being spied on by the CIA, then that it was true. But if this is the case, then he cried wolf in the worst way. And now anyone who still believed anything he had to say really isn't going to believe anything anymore. Because you know how nobody believes anything Candace Owens says anymore? She makes the most wild claims ever.
Well, don't forget, we're going to get Jesse on fire here to tell us why maybe we should, in fact, listen to what Candace has to say. But I don't know. I haven't been following.
And everyone just kind of goes about their day, right? That might now be the result of what Tucker has just caused. But anyways, this other White House reporter, David Aladente, said, it's a very long tweet. I'm not going to read the entire thing. I'd have to explain.
For months, we've seen Tucker Carlson show up at the White House during delicate moments, not once, not twice, several times, in sensitive meetings on
But he is basically saying that White House officials are telling him that Trump was setting a trap and that had him in on highly sensitive meetings like about Venezuela, about oil, with oil executives, and that he would look around at other reporters and be like, why is Tucker in here? Especially when it would be really hard to trust Tucker Carlson when he was just constantly trashing Trump's moves over the last few months. So I got to be honest, at this point, I don't really know what to believe. I guess we're just going to have to wait a few more days and see if a criminal referral is issued or not.
Damn. I definitely trusted him until literally Friday. I was just like, wait, this is not the Tucker. He's different. So, in the same way I saw it with Trump, something happened. I could not even venture a guess, but something happened. Something is different. Big Daddy said, I don't care one way or another. If I've learned anything in 54 years, it's that little to nothing is as it seems in public, and very little is as it seems in private. Yikes. Well, we got a sycophant left. We got one sycophant left. All right, so we are just past 4 hours. We're going to give, we'll do one more question here and then head to the after party.
When your guys' time ended, Socrates got to go a little over to respond to you. And the gist of what he was saying, I wrote down, it's paraphrasing, so don't, Socrates, I'm not exactly quoting you here, but the gist of what he was saying
which is why we should know not to trust politicians on the basis that they are like other people. We only trust them as far as we trust a politician.
You're calling his arrest data flawed. You're calling his self-reported data flawed. You're saying all these things are potentially susceptible to bias that you can't show me exist. All the data I'm presenting is bad and you can't present me anything. It sounds like he's maybe not accusing you, but eliciting to you're making a God in the gaps argument. So if that was something that was said to you just then, how would you respond to it?
Are you asking me?
Yep.
I mean, I would answer if that's what I actually said to him.
So clarify what you did say.
Give me 1 sec.
No, I mean, I don't have to answer that because Tyler didn't really represent my position at all.
All right, give me 1 second. I'm just going to grab some more water.
Shadows gather where the truth once stood. A kingdom of confusion carved out of falsehood. But he walks through the ruins like a prophet reborn. A voice once in fire, a mind drawn is gone. The chaos watches with an all-seeing glare. Guardian of reason in a world unaware. When the overlord stalls at the edge of the frame, the faithful rise up, they already know his name. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. I come to wake the sleeping, but judge to bring the fed.
Oh, I closed the fucking... the headphones closed, and I was like, I didn't hear it, the music anymore. I was like, what happened? But yeah, I don't know why it sounds weird like that. We're gonna, we're gonna fix that. We're gonna fix that. But the music video is also coming soon. All right, we're drinked up. Let's get back into it. So a little bit of contention here. Oh fuck.
I
didn't ask a question about your position. I asked a question about what Socrates said to you in the time that elapsed after.
You paraphrased me in a way that I don't know how.
That was a previous,
then what did you say?
Stop bitching. That I paraphrased for.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said. You're goddamn right. Morty's the video. He's gonna be the star of the video. I'm gonna be in there. Morty's gonna be the star.
Or that's not what I asked.
But yeah, this is what Circa is like. Well, I don't have to answer that because I was okay. Well, what then? Do you think that's what we're doing here? He's not even on the other side of the debate. He's just a moderator and a judge. So if you got it wrong, then clear it up.
Just now, could you participate in the debate?
You want me to answer it with that framework in mind?
No, we want you to show where the framework doesn't match what you said, so that we can ask accurate questions.
No, I was paraphrasing what you said for a different person's question. Now I'm paraphrasing what someone else said for your question.
Did I say it was invalid?
Yes.
I said his data was invalid.
You said that his data did not meet a certain threshold for you.
That is very different than invalid, man.
But this isn't about that. I'm asking.
He's not like Tyler's not trying to debate you, Circa.
I
mean, how do you want me to answer this question? You want me to answer it like a real question, or?
Yes, if somebody said to you the argument you're making is the God in the gaps argument, you're saying all my data is so potentially flawed that we can't use it as strict enough criteria to take away somebody's rights. That's what you said. So if someone said, and then he said to you, what?
We reduce.
Hold on. You needed an explanation. This isn't answering my question. You needed an explanation, so I'm explaining my question to you. What Socrates said to you.
See, you can tell that Tyler knows what he's doing here. Tyler knows what he's doing. He can manage a conversation, and that is a skill. That is, I think, the biggest thing that I want you guys to take away from these debate breakdowns, whether it's my own or another. That debate isn't just people sitting around and talking. It is, but it's not. There's more to it.
In his last statement, after he ran out of time to debate back, you did not get a chance to respond to. He said, you're invalidating all of my data by saying it has these potential biases and flaws. So we can't use it because it doesn't meet your strict enough criteria to take somebody's right. When I asked you for data, you said you could not provide me any. You said you could not prove anything. So that also did not meet this parameter of strict enough to take away somebody's right.
Correct, but he's on the negative, so he doesn't need to prove that.
He said, basically, all the data I'm presenting is being invalidated by you. You can't give me any other data, but you're right. If he's accusing you of God in the gaps with that statement, which it came off to me as he is, how would you respond to that?
So I'll take that on first. If I was saying, look, it's your job to prove X. You have not presented anything to prove X. All the things you presented don't actually lead to the conclusion of your statement, then it has nothing to do with gaps or this or that. It has nothing to do with me offering arguments to you or information to you. It's simply about knocking down the incorrect information that you presented to me. Shout out to Rage Page. Welcome.
I'll give you another minute to try again.
You can't prove a negative for one, but there are here a better way to ask this. Okay, I'm going to answer your question, I promise. But like,
no, it's not, Box.
What I mentioned earlier with Horseradish's question, where I brought up the comparable judicial findings or like a contemporaneous record or misuse, violent conduct. Statistics like that could be used, or at least finding a data set from those ideas could help actually prove that I'm doing God of the Gaps. But I mean, at the moment, it doesn't really matter if someone says I'm doing God of the Gaps. It's just the statistical analysis going on here is just not good enough.
Yeah, I mean, again, I agree with him. I don't like how he approached the answering that question. But God of the Gaps is saying, I don't know, therefore X in this situation, God. And so unless Circa is saying, I don't know, therefore my conclusion, then that's not a God of the Gaps argument. Doing pretty well. Thank you for asking. How are you? Buffalo, so you can't blame someone else for not being able to make a solid point.
Bingo.
Pretty much. It's possible to take away people's rights. They proceed forth from our humanity. All that government can do is protect our rights or violate them.
Bingo.
Yep. Just because you have a right doesn't mean it can't be infringed, but an infringed right is a right still.
To make the claim. So that's my answer.
All right. And Doomer, do you have a question for Circa?
And you're seeing kind of a pattern because if you watch the speakeasy debate that Circa just did with Andrew Wilson, the prompt was Trump is a fascist, and so he was on the affirmative, and then they got down in the weeds of some other bullshit, and Andrew All right, I don't know what the fuck happened. Can you guys hear me? What about now? Are we back? Okay, we're good. So I guess that's the end. That is exactly what I said. I guess that is here. We'll put this here for now. I guess that is the end of the mic that got us started. We got so far. I am hoping that a restart will do it. But, you know, I don't really know what to do. Yeah. Yeah, he's like, what the fuck? What did I do wrong? Here, let's do this so I can no. There we go. Oy vey. Yeah, so that, I mean, the benefit of StreamYard is that everything is very simplistic. Where's my where? Everything is very simplistic, and so like there's just you know, you can change the audio input or not, and so I'm hoping that just restarting the computer will be enough. But you know, like I said, thank you. I'm sure. That is our sugar daddy, the funk master general. We are definitely under attack. I'm gonna hope. You know what? Let's try that. Let's do a restart and see if while we're still here. Update. Fuck it. We'll chill. Update and restart. 4 minutes. So we'll chill for 4 minutes, and we'll see what is good. All right, we're gonna slide that in. Oh boy. Where are we? It's not as easy on mobile. Screw you. No. Okay, well I can't read the fucking thing here. Okay. Not my shit. Well, that's not the one I want. Okay, I guess you just got to tap the next one. But I always got the fucking legit phone. Okay, that was quick. Nod to the silent film era. Yeah. I think that's what I'm hoping. I'm hoping that it's a StreamYard thing. Like the fact that we got I think we're good. Hold on. I think we done did it. All right. I'm gonna leave the studio. Don't go anywhere. Oh, fuck me. All right, testing. I see green on my end. I got all these goddamn windows open. Jesus Christ on a motorbike. Hold on. I'm missing one thing. Discord. There's the Discord. All right. Okay, so at least we know. If some fuck shit goes down. Yeah, there we go. What do you want me to use? I can't afford a fucking what do you call it? Apple MacBook, whatever. Oy vey, Jesus. All right, we'll do one more question since I want to just make sure everything is working well. So you get a freebie. From Morty and Lutch. Poor Lutch. This is the microphone I started with. And it's been doing well. This is the same microphone that fucking Moist Critical uses. So we should be fine. But they're coming after. They don't like hearing the truth. They don't like hearing the truth. All right, let's do one more question here, and then we'll head to the after party. I see Box in there already, and I am not staying up all night, so make sure if you want to join the after party that you head on over there. Moist? No, I don't think so. Yuck. All right. Last question. Y'all ready?
Someone said finding a data set from those ideas could help actually prove that I'm doing God of the Gaps. But I mean, at the moment, it doesn't really matter if someone says I'm doing God of the Gaps. It's just
I need a
statistical
drink.
analysis going on here is just not good enough to make the claim. So that's my answer.
All right. And Doomer.
See, this is where you don't need to have the like meh that energy. Like you just demolished in this debate your team. This is where you should be like, maybe I made some mistakes and play it under. No, that wasn't me. Just not a good look. It's just not a good look.
Do you have a question for Circa?
Guys, stop sending your DNA to these fucking companies.
Are you brave enough to ask a question for Circa?
I'm trying to work up the courage. I might need a minute to know how to phrase it without guessing into something here.
That's fine.
You're mad. You wouldn't like Circa when he's mad.
More of a clarification on how you're looking at the data being presented. I think something that Vigilante said earlier in his opening part of this was that, and correct me real quick if I'm wrong, it was something like 40% of crimes committed were by people under the influence, correct?
Something along those lines, yeah. There's a few. There's like a 2020 violence review.
Hold on. He was clarifying with Vigilante what Vigilante said. So good, Vigilante. What was that? What you said?
See, that's the thing that I need to get better at is when I'm just clarifying or finding a point of agreement. When I'm like, so you're saying that ABC in DB, DBD, and A, so essentially XYZ. When I do that, that's like just a check-in. So like yes or no at that point, because then I'm going to make my point. But it's hard for people to understand that. So you've got to make sure that you articulate, hey, I'm just establishing before I make my point that we agree on this, or that it is that you do indeed think this.
It could be the RAND
statistic was it?
The RAND study.
Something like 40% of crimes.
The 40% of people in state in prisons and jails report that they were on drugs at the time of their offense. Yes.
Okay, so I think like more of Circa's reasoning here, and he can correct me now. This is kind of my question toward him. Would that, I think, reason more that a majority or minority of drug users commit crime?
I'm sorry. One more time.
Would that stat 40% of criminals report using drugs while committing crime? That stat imply that more users or less users of a drug commit crime, like a majority or a minority? I feel like it would be minority, but you might be thinking of this differently.
Well, yeah, I mean, it doesn't.
Well, that's what they called out earlier. That even if it's 40% of users become dealers, that's still 60% of people who you're just taking their rights away because maybe they might do a thing.
It might imply a lot of things, but that's not enough to make an inference, like a causal inference.
Say again?
You might be thinking of this differently.
Well, yeah, I mean, it doesn't really. It might imply a lot of things, but that's not enough to make an inference.
Right.
Like a causal inference.
Right.
I think at a stretch, I think like you can imply that would mean that the minority of users commit crime. So why would you punish everyone? Like, why would you restrict everyone's right based on the actions of, say, 40% of users, maybe?
I'm not.
These are the questions that the other team should have been asking, not the judges.
It's hard to hear you, so sorry, one more time.
If someone that got that could relay that.
Guys, all right, fine. We just had issues with my mic, but when it's working, it's working. And if it wasn't working, I was in debate. I have other mics. Even with the captions, we know what the fuck you're saying.
You sound a little bit like you're eating your mic. You might
no, unfortunately, his mic got wet. His mic got wet,
Almost
and
sounds like
he's
they're
been
not
paying.
really
Yeah, kid
Yeah.
scratch my mic.
Wet.
Gotcha.
Can you
I
just
think
repeat the
he's
question
saying-
in like a new rephrasing for me?
Yeah, I'm trying to say that even the affirmative stats kind of imply that less drug users commit crime overall, like a minority of drug users commit crime. So why would you go and punish the majority of users, even if they were Schedule I drugs? Like you were saying before, what about all the people? Can they commit crime?
Oh, I see what you're saying.
It's actually not, because it doesn't matter if it's the use of 40% statistic. It's not worthless, because likely the number's actually lower. And so if we people who don't believe that you should be barred from owning firearms, if we give that and say, okay, let's say it is 40%, then it still doesn't make the argument that they want to make. And it's not going to be as high as 40%. So even if it was 40%, you're still wrong. This is another instance where it's like, hey, give concessions where you can. Where it's like, hey, yeah, you want to say it's 40%? I still win. And I gave you extra shit to deal with. That's exactly why you would want to use that.
We can't make that argument. We can't do that argument either. You can't use statistics like to prove a negative that way, right? So the 60%, I think, is what you're saying, is the majority of people who, when they are caught doing a crime, are not drug related. True. It's unfortunate, but I can't make that, or I can't logically go on to say that to him and act like I can just get rid of 40% of crime with 40% of drugs related crimes happen with other crimes, right? The funny thing about statistics is that I can't actually go ahead and use that to my advantage. It would be making mistakes as well. So it would be wrong to say that the minority of people, when they commit crimes, have, are drug related, or can use drugs but don't get caught with them, I guess.
The minority of people who use drugs are committing crimes other than using those drugs. That's what you're trying to say.
So it just doesn't make sense to do that.
All right. So
that's all of that. For the majority of people who use drugs are not doing other crimes.
Funny enough, Circa was the only person who had an extra 2 minutes to the Q&A section added. It's just fun. I think that's a stat we should probably measure as well. All right, so we're going to go through our closings. Chat, I just want all of you to know we are going to be putting...
So we're going to skip to the... I want to hear or see who the winner was. Let's see.
Unless you reform what to determine what so fucking good job, Anko.
What was the score there? What was the point breakdown?
He's this.
Wait.
6-4.
6-4 for the negative. So 4-6. Got it.
Yeah,
all right.
4-6, yeah.
Now,
4-6.
Same question to you, Doomer. Are you ready to render judgment, sir?
So Tyler gave it to the bottom row.
Where did you land and why?
You're extremely quiet.
I didn't even hear you.
Yeah, I heard him say, "Do you hear me?" But it was so quiet that I almost missed it.
Cranking you up. Try it again for me, Doomer.
Come on, man. Can you hear me now?
Nope.
What about
there
there?
You are. Oh, snap. Now you sound good. Yes.
Oh, okay, good.
Hell yeah.
Well, yeah.
So again, it's similar to like MMA, but not quite. There's 10 points in total to give. So Tyler just gave 6 points to the bottom and 4 points to the top. So Doomer Patriot here is going to do the same thing.
I saw it a little bit more one-sided, probably. So I thought that Socrates represented in the opening pretty well, but I feel in the cross that Lethe kind of asked him the right questions, and they weren't quite addressed as well as I thought they could have been. And then over the next kind of one-on-ones, I felt that the negative kind of took it a little more each time. I think both Ancom and Circa kind of went more on, and they kind of put it in different words, but more on the difference between like outlawing something based on a status rather than like someone's conduct. And historically in the US, you can't really outlaw a status rather than conduct. I wish the conversation went more into that area, but it was kind of
give us the fucking score
in other places. Outside of that, I felt that the affirmative kind of argued against themselves sometimes and how broad the application of Schedule 1 was. And I feel negative kind of really focused on that and kind of took.
Well, as Liberty Plus TV said from the very beginning, eventually it all comes down to guns, laws or not.
Get more in that area. And I have to give the MVP. I would, if I could, give it to Tyler for playing on the app a little bit that side, but I'll give it to Lethe.
Okay. So what was the final score there?
All right.
7-3.
7-3 for the F?
Negative.
So 3-7. Got it.
Losers!
All right, chat. Well, that means that y'all's vote doesn't really matter. But we do keep score, so it is going to come in handy. Now, typically, we used to have the judges give out the MVPs, but only I actually get to give the MVP since I don't actually get to vote any. It makes sense. So that said, we're going to look to the audience here in a second. But it is cool that Lethe and Ancom were the two who got the judges' highest marks.
Agreed. Shout out to all of the debaters and a big shout out to Horseradish. It is definitely not an easy task to wrangle a bunch of streamers who just kind of do what we do whenever we feel like doing it. Like, yes, I have a full-time job as well, but I mean, I set my own schedule there. So, shout out to all of them. The channel is linked in the description as well as the link to this debate specifically. I highly suggest that you go not only subscribe to the channel, but when we're in Discord, I'll drop a link to the Horseradish Discord where this is all in Discord. That's where this is going down. And I really, really? Yeah, the -1. So Tyler gave it 6-4 to the negative, and Doomer gave it 7-3 to the negative. So they both said that the -1. What was I just saying? Oh yeah. Come on over and like I know you guys like to kind of get into this type of stuff when we're in the after party, and those are good conversations. I think you guys would do well on this platform, and I can tell that some of you at least want to engage, and you're just maybe not super comfortable. And I think this is such a good platform to test out. Maybe you don't like it. Maybe you're like, you know what? I'm hanging out with friends. Then, at any point you can be like, all right, whatever. But you're in debate. Maybe. But I highly suggest, you know what? I'm going to drop the link to the channel itself right in the chat, because again, I really do want you guys to go subscribe. It is right there. Go subscribe. And if you are in the after party, like I see Box is right at this moment, you will be part of an amazing after party. So let's go on over, guys. We did not hit the goal. We were right there. We were right there. 99 cents would have got it, but we missed it, unfortunately. But big shout out to all of the donations that we did get. Shout out to Carl being a member for 18 months and giving us that $2 mega holler. We had TV Viewerski with the PayPal. Carla again. We had Gabe. Box running the fucking show, baby. White Buffalo coming in. Shout out to David. White Buffalo again. We got White Buffalo becoming a member, Shelly becoming a member, and Box gifting a membership. Do I give it to you guys? I should not give it to you guys. But I'll give it to you guys. Oh, and we got the Chewy. There we go. So both will not only get a treat from Morty. Come on. We got number 1. That's for David. Thank you so very, very much. And we had Glowing Door. Thank you. My goodness. And you know what that means. Let's go! Oh! Special treat for Morty. And push-ups to come. Don't got to worry about any birdies. Got to fucking enjoy that. And let's just double check. We had that is 16. And 66, 33. I can do 33 push-ups. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Wah! Guys, you paid me. Now it is time to pay your stuff. If you can't do 33 push-ups, do 20. If you can't do 20, do 10. If you can't do 10, do 5. Just do something. Pay yourselves. Let's fucking go.
Shadows gather where the truth once stood. A kingdom of confusion carved out of falsehood. Body walks through the ruins like a prophet reborn. A voice wanted fire, a mic on this dawn. The chaos watches when the Nazi glare. Guardian of reason in a world unaware. When the overlord stalls at the edge of the frame. The faithful rise up, they already know his name. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. I come to wake the sleeping, the judge shall bring the veil. There's no illusions, no hollow in your bed. He's here to resurrect the second coming of common sense.
Woo! And see, that's the thing, guys. That's the thing. That's the thing. Y'all always hit it on the dollar amount. Y'all always hit it on the dollar amount. Bro, $15 will hit the fucking goal. I can do real push-ups much better if I don't have to do as many. And then I get stronger. And then I could do more. Just saying. Guys, thank you. Thank you. Thank you so very, very much. I know, guys, that you could be spending your time doing anything else in the world. So the fact that you are here with me and the Overlord, guys, it means so very, very much. I think all of you are subscribed, but just in case, if you are new here, I am live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever I feel like it. So please not only hit that subscribe, but YouTube sucks with those notifications, so you may as well ring the bell so you never miss an Indian Jesus live party ever again. Guys, thank you so very, very much. I don't have the words. You guys are amazing. Thank you so very, very much for being part of this and keeping this going. The party rages on. I've told you before, we are closer to the beginning than we are to the end. The party rages on. Once again, we had the Overlord. There he is. We have the Overlord, and I have been your host, Lutch, a.k.a. the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Until next time, guys, we are out of here. Peace.